You're tuned in to Real Talk with Tamara, where conversations are real, voices are heard, and the real starts here. The real starts here. The real starts here. No filter, no fear. Truth in the mic, let the whole world hear. Stories unfold, voices sincere. Welcome to the place where the real starts here. From life and love to the latest news. Community voices, different views. Breaking it down so we all say clear. Honest conversations live right here. Speak your truth, let it be known. This is the space where your voice has a home. No judgment here, just real and clear. Real talk with Tamara, the real starts here. Real talk with Tamara. Real people. Real stories. Real truth.
Hello, you guys. All I got to say is, I told you so. I told you so. Normally, it takes up to 6 months. It didn't take them no time. Hold on. I am trying to... Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to put the paperwork up on the screen. So just give a sister a moment. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. How is everybody doing today? Y'all had a long day today. I've had a long day today. How's everybody doing? Hold on, y'all. Let me go to my files. Doggone. Hold on, y'all. Just give me a moment. But y'all doing okay today? I'm trying to figure out a way. I might just have to read it, but I be wanting to have it on the screen while I'm reading it. She said, good. You know, I got to crank that opening up when I'm in the car. Thank you, Kimberly. Okay. All right. Now we're cooking with fish grease. Let's see. Now we're cooking with fish grease. Okay. Now let's see if we can pull this up. I hope everybody's doing okay. I'm sure everybody had a full day like me. I had a full day today. I've been out trying to get video pulled and stuff of crimes. And it seemed a lot. Don't get me started. I was going to say nothing. I don't even need to talk about it. Let me just thank the Lord I got through it for today, because the saga continues tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. But listen, you guys, I told y'all that this would happen. I told y'all that this would happen. Let's see. Okay, here it is right here. I told y'all that this would happen. I told y'all. That's all I got to say. Let's see. Image. Is it image file? Okay. It took Auntie a little time, but I sure got it up there, didn't it? Thank y'all for being patient with me. What's up, Diane? Diane, I was thinking about you today. I was getting ready to call you, and then I got something else came up. Y'all, here it is right here. I hope everybody is doing okay. Let's get into this. It says appeal for criminal court for Shelby County. It says State of Tennessee Justin Johnson, aka Straightdropp, filed 3/10/2026. That's today. Defendant Justin, aka Straightdropp, appeals his convictions for conspiracy to commit first-degree unaliving, first-degree premeditated, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, for which he received the effective sentence of life imprisonment plus 35 years. On appeal, defendant challenges the sufficiency of the evidence supporting his conviction, the admission of photographs of the victim's body at the crime scene and during the autopsy, the trial's court denial of his request to sit at counsel table during trial, and the prosecutor's comments during closing arguments. Defendant also contends that he is entitled to relief due to the cumulative effects of multiple errors. Upon review, we affirm the judgments of the trial court. It says Matthew J. Wilson J. delivered the opinion of the court in which Cal A. Hickson and Stephen W. Sword joined. Okay. It says W. Price Rudolph, Memphis, Tennessee on appeal, and Luke Evans, Murfreesboro for appellate, Justin Johnson, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So it's all of the judges, okay, agreed to affirm whatever the trial court said. It says the conviction in this case arose from November 17, 2021, shooting death of the victim Adolph Thornton at a cookie shop in Memphis. The victim, a rapper and owner of a record label called Paper Route Empire, has been involved in a rivalry with another record label called Cocaine Music Group, CMG. Now, y'all see CMG coming all up in the court documents, but y'all, who is the owner of CMG? Since everybody feel like that Yo Gotti is out of this, y'all, who's the owner of CMG? Can somebody tell me? Because I thought that it was Yo Gotti, but maybe it's somebody else. Y'all, who's the owner of CMG? Because see, this is the appellate court's decision. Who's the owner of CMG? Maybe I don't know. Okay, maybe do y'all who? Anybody know who the owner of CMG is? Well, we don't know because we don't even. Okay. It says the victim, a rapper and a owner of a record label called Paper Route Empire (PRE), had been involved in a rivalry with another record label called Cocaine Music Group (CMG), which was led by Anthony Juke Mims, precipitated by the victim's refusal to sign a recording contract with CMG. In the months before the victim's death, Hernandez Govan, a negotiator in the rap business working with CMG, introduced defendant himself as aspiring rapper known as Straightdropp to Cornelius Smith. Big Juke had placed $100,000 bounty on the victim, and Smith and defendant agreed to kill the victim and split the proceeds with Govan. At approximately 20:21 p.m., defendant and Smith shot and killed the victim, leading to the charges in the case. The Shelby County grand jury charged defendant Smith, Govan, and defendant's brother Jamarcus Johnson with one count of conspiracy to commit first-degree unaliving. Defendant Smith and Govan with first-degree premeditated murder and the attempted first-degree murder of the victim's brother Marcus Thornton, and defendant and Smith with employing a firearm with commission of a dangerous felony, possessing a firearm as a convicted felon, and theft of property valued at $10,000 or more, but less than $60,000. I wonder why they got charged with theft of property. Okay. Prior to trial, the state dismissed the counts of the indictment charging defendant with first-degree murder, employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony, and theft. In September 2024, defendant's case proceeded to trial on charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, first-degree premeditated murder, and possessing a firearm while being a convicted felon. At trial, the parties stipulated that defendant was previously convicted on May 2nd, 2017 of a qualifying felony for purposes of Tennessee Annotated Code 39171307. Okay. Okay. The evidence presented at trial established that the rivalry between the victim and Big Jook, who was deceased by the time of trial, escalated into physical violence. Is that Raul Hopkins, a member of the victim security team, testified that the victim turned down proposals to sign with CMG and that he made insulting comments in his music towards CMG and Big Jook. In 2015, someone shot at the victim's vehicle and the victim blamed CMG. Someone affiliated with CMG also shot the victim during a separate incident in California. Defendant was not involved in either of the prior shootings. Smith testified that Govan, who lived on Bradley Street in Orange Mound and sold ecstasy to Smith, introduced him to defendant. Smith described Govan as a negotiator in the rap business and that he believed that Govan was attempting to negotiate a deal between defendant and CMG. Smith met with Govan on one occasion during which Govan informed him that Big Jook had placed a hit on him, the victim's head, for $100,000. Okay. Smith and Govan met with Big Jook on another occasion during which Govan discussed the prices that different artists had on their heads, and Big Jook agreed with him. Defendant was not present for either of the two meetings. Smith stated that Govan put Smith and defendant together between these two meetings. Smith said that he and defendant agreed to kill the victim and that they discussed their plans several weeks prior to the shooting. The men agreed that defendant and Smith would each receive $40,000 and that Govan would receive $20,000 of the bounty. Smith said they knew the victim would be involved with the turkey drive in the area during the week before Thanksgiving. Okay. Kimberly. The state presented evidence that defendant procured a white Mercedes-Benz car during the early morning hours of November 17, 2021, prior to the shooting. According to defendant's cell phone records on November 16, 2021, Trayon sent a photograph of a white Mercedes car via text message to defendant's cell phone. Christian Garner testified that he went with Mr. Ingram to a neighbor's house in a white Mercedes car and that Straightdropp arrived in a white Ford Expedition. The three men then left the neighbor's house and went to a Valero gas station located near the University of Memphis, arriving sometime between 2 and 3 a.m. Mr. Garner was driving the white Mercedes car, and Mr. Ingram was driving an Infiniti in which defendant was a passenger. While at the gas station, defendant and Mr. Garner switched vehicles, with defendant leaving in the white Mercedes. Surveillance video at Crosstown Concourse, where defendant lived, depicted a white Ford Expedition. Now, let me just say this. When Straightdropp was living at that Concord, of course, that apartment went in his name. I ain't gonna even tell no lies. I ran the information. He said theft of property was for the firearms and vehicle. Oh, okay. Okay. It says surveillance video at Crosstown Concourse, where defendant lived, depicted a white Ford Expedition entering the parking garage at 7:15 p.m. on November 20th, 2021, the day before the shooting. Shortly after, a man wearing a black hoodie, gray sweatpants, black shoes with white soles, and a Bass Pro Shop cap walked into the building, entered an elevator, and exited on the 8th floor, where defendant's apartment was located. At some point, the same man left the apartment building and returned at 11:13 p.m. that same day. Call detail records for defendant's cell phone showed that between 1 o'clock and 2:35 a.m., 12 different outgoing and incoming calls from defendant's cell phone accessed towers that provided coverage for the Crosstown area. At 2:41 a.m. the following morning, a man wearing the same clothing without the cap entered the elevator on the 8th floor, exited the lobby, and walked into the parking garage toward a white Mercedes, towards a white vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a white Ford Expedition exited the garage. At 2:58 a.m., defendant's cell phone sent a location drop to Mr. Ingram's cell phone of an address on Bradley Street next to the driveway where the white Mercedes car involved in the shooting was later recovered. Now, who was Mr. Ingram? Because Treyon already in jail? Was Treyon already arrested around that time? Okay. Let's see. Surveillance video from the Valero gas station on the morning of the shooting showed a white Mercedes and a white Infiniti enter the parking lot and garage at the gas pump at 3:16 a.m. Less than 20 minutes after the location drop was sent. Retired Memphis police officer investigator Terrence Dabney identified Mr. Garner as the driver of the white Mercedes who exited the car and entered the Infiniti. The investigator noted that an individual exited the Infiniti and entered the Mercedes, but he said that it was not impossible to determine whether that individual was defended from the video. However, according to the call detail records from defendant's cell phone, at 3:17 a.m., an outgoing call from his cell phone accessed a cell tower that provided coverage for the area where the Valero gas station was located. Both cars then left the gas station. Surveillance footage from Crosstown Concourse from the day of the shooting showed a white Mercedes car with damage on the passenger side entering the garage at 4:48 a.m. and 4:49. An ongoing call from defendant's cell phone accessed a tower located just south of Crosstown concourse. Investigator Dabney identified the car in the surveillance video as the same car that was on the scene of the shooting and later recovered by officers on Bradley Street. A man wearing the same clothing as the man depicted in the earlier surveillance footage from Crosstown Concourse was shown walking into the apartment building with a small child, entering the elevator and exiting the 8th floor. The shooting. Surveillance footage from Crosstown Concourse showed that at approximately 10:51 a.m. on the day of the shooting, a man wearing a black hoodie, gray sweatpants, black shoes, and white soles, and black Bass Pro Shop cap, accompanied by a small child, entered the elevator on the 8th floor, exited the apartment building, and walked into the parking garage. A white Mercedes exited the garage shortly thereafter. Investigators identified a photograph of the man while in the elevator and noted that the man had the same distinctive tattoo on his hand as defendant. The investigator stated that the cookie shop where the shooting occurred was located 10 to 15 miles away from Crosstown Concourse. Smith identified defendant picked him up at his father's house located near Lamar and Sims in the Orange Mound area of Memphis. Defendant called Smith twice defendant called Smith twice prior to defendant's arrival. Smith answered one of the calls and records from the cell phone of defendant, and Smith confirmed the two calls. Defendant was driving a white Mercedes-Benz that Smith had not seen previously. When he got into the passenger side of the car, Smith saw a handgun and a Draco. Okay. We're going to go on down. Smith testified that defendant drove to a home on Bradley Street located across the street from Grovan's house where a white Ford Expedition was parked in the yard, and the call detail records from Smith's cell phone showed that at 12:51 p.m. his cell phone accessed a small tower that provided coverage for the Orange Mound area and Bradley Street. Defendant retrieved an unknown item from the Expedition, returned to the Mercedes, and drove down several streets. Defendant and Smith eventually saw the victim's vehicle and followed him to the cookie shop. Defendant drove around the block and pulled into the parking lot. Smith jumped out of the vehicle and shot the victim with the semi-automatic rifle while the victim stood by a window inside the cookie shop. Defendant exited the vehicle and shot the victim with a handgun. Smith did not know how many times he fired his weapon. The men got back into the Mercedes and defendant drove away from the scene. The victim's brother Marcus Thornton shot at them, and as they were leaving, striking Smith in the upper arm and grazing at defendant's back. Surveillance footage from the interior of the cookie shop showed that at approximately 12:21 p.m., the victim's Chevrolet Corvette pulled into the parking lot at the victim, and Mr. Thornton got out of the car and entered the cookie shop. The victim placed his order at the counter and then stood by the window facing the parking lot. Meanwhile, a white Mercedes with damage on the passenger side pulled into the parking lot, and the passenger, whom Smith had previously identified as himself, immediately exited the car wearing a face mask and blue hoodie, gray sweatpants, gloves, holding a rifle. Smith stood outside the store while shooting the rifle towards the store. The driver, whom identified as defendant, exited the car, a handgun, and wearing a black cap, dark shoes. So the driver also stood outside the store and fired towards the store. Surveillance footage from the interior of the store showed bullets coming through the window and striking the victim. The victim then fell out of the view of the camera, while inside the store, Mr. Thornton returned fire with the handgun. According to the call detail records from defendant's cell phone, calls placed at 12:06 and 12:09 p.m., the defendant's cell phone accessed two towers located slightly east of the scene of the shooting at 12:17 p.m. An outgoing call from defendant's cell phone accessed a tower located north of the crime scene. At 12:22 p.m., defendant's cell phone had a data session that accessed a tower providing coverage for the scene of the shooting. At 12:23 p.m., an incoming call to defendant's cell phone that went to voicemail accessed a tower located just north of the crime scene. TBI special agents and former MPD digital forensic examiner Michael Garner testified that he did not know whether the area of the tower coverage extended to the crime scene and that the use of the two different towers could indicate, but did not necessarily mean that the cell phone had been moved. Okay. Let's see. Investigator Dabney testified that officers recovered 40 caliber casings consistent with the driver's handgun and 7.62 millimeter caliber casings consistent with Smith's rifle from outside the store's window. Officers located 9 millimeter caliber casings consistent with Mr. Thornton's handgun inside the store. Officers located a 22 caliber casing consistent with Mr. Thornton's semi-automatic weapon closer to the roadway. Officer never located the handgun or the rifle used to shoot the victim. Dr. Juliet Scanterbury, an assistant medical examiner at West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center and expert in forensic pathology, performed the autopsy on the victim. She testified that the cause of the victim's death was multiple gunshot wounds to the head, torso, and neck, and that the manner of his death was a homicide. She stated that there were a total of 20 entry wounds and 4 exit wounds to his body. Okay, so now we're going into the shooter's flight and subsequent arrest. Okay, y'all, this is what the judges had in the appeal, so that's why we're reading this. Smith testified that following the shooting, he and defendant returned to Bradley Street, where Smith moved the expedition and defendant parked the Mercedes in the yard. Smith inadvertently left his cell phone in the glove compartment of the Mercedes. The call detail records records from Smith's cell phone showed that calls to his cell phone between 1 p.m. and 1:47 p.m. went straight to voicemail, which was consistent with his leaving his cell phone behind. During those calls, his cell phone accessed a cell tower and provided coverage for Orange Mound and Bradley Street. Smith testified that defendant contacted Big Jug through FaceTime to inform him that was our work. Defendant used jailhouse sign language to spell out Dolph, and Big Jug stated that he was with his children and would contact him later. Smith's testimony was supported by defendant's cell phone records showing that at 12:25 p.m. an outgoing call was placed from defendant's cell phone to Big Jug's cell phone that did not appear to have been answered. At 12:25 p.m., a FaceTime audio call was placed from defendant's cell phone to Big Jug's cell phone, but the actual FaceTime communication and the call subsequently were deleted from defendant's phone. Smith testified that defendant contacted a cousin, Keon Hopper, and arranged for them to go to her home to clean up and change clothes. Okay, so we already know that. We already know what Cornelius testified, right? Okay, we know about when they went over to the apartments. Johnson testified that he entered the Chrysler with defendant who was transferring numbers from one cell phone to another cell phone. Defendant said he was giving Johnson one of the cell phones to post photographs of the videos of defendant's social media accounts and to check. Well, let's see who this. Let's go back up. Shit. Because I don't be want to read all of it, but then I'm looking at some stuff that's juicy. 3 days after the shooting, officers recovered a white Mercedes. Okay, we know that. The officers transported the car. Smith testified that he contacted defendant requesting money, but defendant stated that Big Juke had said it was too hot right now. He was going to get with us and all that. Smith did not have Big Juke's contact information. Smith continued to text defendant, but later learned that defendant had given his cell phone to Johnson following the shooting. Smith and his girlfriend fled to Atlanta after police officers found the Mercedes, but returned to Memphis after a few days when they ran out of money. During their return, Smith had a three-way call with defendant who stated that he had a package for Smith. That's when they was going to kill him. Okay. And Smith instructed him to give the package to his neighbor. The package was $500, and a letter stating that Juke said that if we get caught up, he gonna make sure we have the best lawyers and all of that stuff. A few days later, defendant stated that more money would be delivered to Smith, who believed that he was receiving about 20 to 30,000. Instead, someone wearing a face mask gave Smith's girlfriend $300. Okay, so we already know whoever it was wearing that face mask showed up and was getting ready to knock him down, but he kind of switched the game up on him. Okay, he switched the game up on him. It was gonna kill him. Govan later assured Smith that he would be paid, but Smith, okay, so $500, who believed he would be receiving 20, blah, blah, blah. Govan later assured Smith that he would be paid, but Smith was arrested 1 or 2 days later without having received any payments. Smith acknowledged that the fee for the original attorney was paid by CMG, and that the money paid was basically for his role in killing the victim. He did not have direct knowledge of defendant receiving any money for the killing. Smith acknowledged that he was not truthful with officers when they interviewed him following his arrest. He said later he came to his senses and decided to tell officers the truth. He decided to cooperate after he received a letter by Justin Johnson asking him to cut him loose and implicate Big Juke and Govan. Co-defendant Jamarcus Johnson, defendant's brother, testified that he was arrested in connection with the shooting and that he pled guilty to being an accessory after the fact. Okay. Anyways, let's keep going. Okay, that's just Jamarcus. Okay, Jamarcus. Okay, so the analysis of the appellate court. On appeal, defendant challenges the sufficiency of the evidence supporting his conviction. The admission of a photograph of the victim's body at the crime scene, the admission of the autopsy photos, the trial court's denial of his request to sit at the counsel table during the trial, and the prosecutor's comments during the arguments. Defendant also contends that he is entitled to relief due to cumulative effect of errors. So he feels like they should not have shown Young Dolph's body. I guess he's saying that was prejudice to him. I mean, but when it's a murder case, they always do that. They're gonna show the victim. They show the victim, right? But he, be quiet. It says sufficiency of the evidence. Defendant asserts that the evidence was insufficient to support his conspiracy conviction because the proof did not establish that he had an agreement with another person to commit first-degree murder. He maintains that Smith's testimony was not credible in challenging his conviction for first-degree murder, and that the proof failed to establish that he possessed a firearm in challenging his firearm conviction. He states the state responds that the evidence, when viewed in the light most favorable to the state, was sufficient to support defendant's conviction. And the appellate court says, and we agree with the state. Okay. Says we review the challenge to the sufficiency of the convicting evidence to determine whether, after viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and providing the state with the strongest legitimate view of the evidence, as well as all reasonable and legitimate inferences which may be drawn therefrom, any rational tier of fact could have found the essential elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. The appellate court says that the state proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and any other tier would have found that also. Okay. I mean, trier, any rational trier, any other trier or whatever. So, anyway. It says, importantly, a guilty verdict removes the presumption of innocence and replaces it with one of guilt on appeal, shifting the burden to the defendant to demonstrate why the evidence is legally insufficient to support the conviction. We must decline any invitation to revisit witness credibility or any purported discrepancies in this evidence. So, because of all of the evidence that the state had as it relates to him being in the car, all of that, they declined to even try to figure out if Cornelius, they said they declined to even try to look at whether Cornelius was credible or not, because the police, basically, without Cornelius, the police had already proved, had enough evidence without Cornelius. So they declined to look at whether Cornelius was even credible or not. Okay. It says, okay, he says, we must decline any invitation to revisit witness credibility or any purported discrepancies in the evidence, because the jury, not this court, resolves all questions involving the credibility of the witness. Absolutely. But Cornelius was credible to the jury, to that particular jury of his peers. Okay. The weight and value to be given to evidence and the factual disputes raised by such evidence. Okay. Accordingly, this court will neither reweigh nor reconsider the evidence when evaluating the sufficiency of the convicting proof. As charged in this case, first degree unalive, premeditated, and intentional killing of another, a person acts intentionally for purposes of Code Section 3913-202 when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. As used in the statute, premeditation is an act done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Okay? So they're finding, the appellate courts find that Straightdropp absolutely had intention to kill young Dolph without a shadow of a doubt. Okay. It says, whether premeditation exists is a question of fact for the jury, which may be established by proof of the circumstances surrounding the killing. Supreme Court has identified a non-exhaustive list of specific circumstances that suggest the existence of premeditation, the use of a deadly weapon on an unarmed victim. Young Dolph was unarmed. The particular cruelty of the killing, it was definitely cruel. Threats or declaration of the intent to kill, the procurement of a weapon, any preparation to conceal the crime undertaken before the crime was committed. We know that they met. The destruction or secretion of evidence of the killing, calmness after the killing. We saw how calm they was when they was walking into the two-lane apartments. So when he take it to the Supreme Court is going to consider all of this. They already letting it be known. Look at how calm they was walking after they killed him in the two-lane apartments. Okay. Evidence of motive, the use of weapons in succession, the infliction of multiple wounds or repeated blows, evidence that the victim was retreating or attempting to escape when killed. And we saw that when they first shot him, he tried to run. It shocked him. Okay. It shocked him when they first hit him. Okay. Failure to render aid to the victim. And we saw that they ran away after they saw that they had knocked him down. Okay. So this is all they're letting you know. This is all that the Supreme Court is going to look at, because we know that the final blow is he's going to do another appeal, more than likely with the Supreme Court before he starts telling everything. Okay. It says the jury, as the trier of fact, is not limited to any specific evidence when determining whether a defendant intentionally killed the victim after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Okay. It says, according to evidence presented at trial, the victim was involved in a rivalry with those associated with CMG, who placed a hit on victim's head. Okay, so is this okay? Did I make a mistake? Go back up. Okay, trial proceedings. It says the trial court denied defendant's motions, as defense counsel is fully aware of the court's policies and feelings that this issue the court takes very seriously. Security always has, always will. I also have the unique perspective in the fact that I have sat where defense. Okay, so this is Straightdropp. Okay. Okay, so this is Jennifer Johnson. She said, I must say, defendant has always been respectful in my court. I've never had any problems with him. I don't think that I will ever have any problems with him, but I do have to take into consideration that he is an inmate and we are here in a very serious matter. So for now, I'm going to deny your motion. Okay, they're going into the defendant sitting behind the counsel. Okay, so closing. Defendant contends that the prosecutor's comment regarding a missing witness during closing arguments improperly strayed from the evidence and the reasonable inferences to be drawn from the evidence. Defendant acknowledges that he failed to object to the comments, but argues that the comments rise to the level of plain error. The state responds that defendant failed to establish plain error. We agree with the state. After the state rested its proof at trial, defendant asked the trial court to provide an absent material witness instruction based on the state's failure to call Goldman, who had entered a proffer agreement, as a witness at trial. The trial court granted defendant's request and instructed the jury regarding the requirements necessary for determining whether a person qualified as an absent material witness and the inferences to be drawn from the potential testimony of an absent material witness. During closing arguments, defense counsel argued that Govan was a material witness who the state failed to call to trial. Defense counsel stated Govan was a cooperating witness who met with investigators on multiple occasions and entered into a proper agreement that only the state had the ability to call him as a witness, and that the jury should infer that Govan's testimony would have been unfavorable to the state. During rebuttal closing arguments, the prosecutor stated, "What do we know about Hernandez Govan? He's a defendant in this case. He is charged with murder and conspiracy to murder, whether it's from television or whether it's in black and white. At the bottom of that same instruction, a defendant has the right not to testify and incriminate himself. He is a defendant. He is not a missing witness. That could be insane. I could willy-nilly just start calling every defendant and they just have to come in here and testify. That's crazy. It doesn't even work like that on television. It doesn't work like that in black and white in front of you. That would be insanity, and that wouldn't be a legal system where you had a Fifth Amendment right. That would be an inquisition. Actually, is what they used to call it, where you didn't have that right not to come into the courtroom. Okay. Whew, yeah, this is long. Okay. Okay, here it is right here. It says defendant asserts that the prosecutors intentionally misstated the evidence produced at trial and misled the jury on the reasonable inference that could be drawn from the state's decision not to call Govan as a witness. Defendant maintains that the prosecutor implied that Govan invoked his constitutional privilege against self-incrimination and improperly suggested that calling Govan as a witness could lead to the erosion of constitutional safeguards. However, the evidence of defendant's guilt was overwhelming, and the prosecutor's comments were brief. Given the testimony of witness showing that defendant planned and carried out the murder of the victim, which was caught on video and corroborated by cell phone records, surveillance videos, and other evidence recovered by the police during the investigation, as well as the trial court's instruction that the argument of counsel were not evidence. Defendant has failed to establish that consideration of the alleged errors is necessary to do substantial justice, or that any such error was of sufficient magnitude that would have probably changed the outcome of the trial. Because defendant failed to establish plain error, he is not entitled to relief on this issue. Finally, defendant asserts that I'm getting tired, Tom. Cumulative effects of the errors it entitled him to a new trial. Error doctrines recognizes that there may be multiple errors committed in the trial proceedings, each of which is in isolation constitute mere harmless error, but which, when aggregated, have a cumulative effect of the proceedings so great as to require reversal in order to preserve a defendant right to a fair trial. Because defendant has failed to establish any error warranting relief, he is not entitled to relief under the cumulative error doctrine. Upon reviewing the records, the parties' brief and oral argument, and applicable law, the appellate court affirms the judgments of the trial court. The appeal is denied. Okay. That's it. He lost that round. Okay. Now, what he can do is he can file with the Supreme Court. He'll be 100 years old when it's heard there. Okay. I'm sure any attorney is going to tell him that, how long that it takes for a Supreme Court to hear a case. Okay. It takes a long time. So I'm sure he'll be, you know, he only got one other route. Okay. And even still, he's gonna have to do a lot of time. And y'all don't tell me that Straightdropp won't tell, because if a person do something one time, they'll do it again. Especially when it comes to their livelihood, right? Especially when it comes to their livelihood, right? We know that when he had his first attorney, Ganguly is known for what's the word I'm looking for? He's known for getting, you know, taking deals. He's the plea king. That's what they call him. He's the plea king. And so hey, I do believe what ended up happening was, now in the very beginning, they tried to get him to take a deal, and he, you know, they tried to get him to take a deal. I'm talking about Straightdropp. You know, they told him to, just like they did Govan, they told him to they knew that it was Juke and Gotti, okay, and they wanted him to give them up. Well, of course, around that time, he was still arrogant. He thought, remember when Yo Gotti said, if my nigga go to jail, I'm gonna get him right back out. And then Straightdropp regurgitated that right after Yo Gotti put that out. I'm gonna turn myself in. I'm gonna be right back out. Okay. So around that time, he was still arrogant. They were still boosting him up because they was scared. Okay. I'm sure Straightdropp had given them the word when he talked to the investigators, that the investigators told him, we know that Juke and Gotti did this. Okay. The same thing that they said to Govan, they said to Straightdropp. I'm telling y'all, they did. Okay. As it relates to Juke and Gotti, they was willing to do a deal with Straightdropp. I'm telling y'all this. Okay. That's true. The truth. They will. If they think they could. Okay. Anyways, so he declined. Okay, I'm told he declined. He was all hard. He thought he was gonna get back out. I'm told he went on up in there. I'm giving y'all some information I really should be putting in my members. And they told him in the very beginning, when they got him in there the first time, they said, listen, they told him all the evidence they had. He was gonna do some time, but they told him, we know that Juke and Gotti did this. You know, is behind this. We're willing to work something out with you. Greg Williams says this case is not over. Watch federal 95% always wins. Trust that lad. I'm telling you, because we're gonna get to Keon in just a minute. We're gonna get to that T in a minute. And so, y'all, what was I saying? Yeah, I get to reading the comments, I lose my train of thought. Who was I talking about? It says the case is not over. Watch federal 95% always wins. Trust that laugh now, cry later. They going to get their man, play dump if they want before this year out. No way out. The gun. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You telling the truth, Greg. Y'all. What was I saying? Um, I was talking about Straightdropp. Oh, so they offer him a deal. Okay. And he turned it down because he thought he was gonna get back out. He thought that he was getting ready to be CMG. He thought he was gonna walk. He thought he was big CMG, right? So then it started getting shaky because he started having conversations with Teasy. Okay. He started having conversations with Teasy, and Teasy was alerting him on some things from the outside. Okay. Teasy was letting him know that it was looking like that folks wasn't messing with him. Okay. Juke wasn't messing with Teasy, none of that. Okay. So, anyways, but then it started looking a little weird to him. Okay, Cornelius got his attorney. There he was stuck with a court appointed attorney. Okay. And so when you saw him coming to the courtroom, you saw his face looking a little weird. Cornelius had his paid for attorney. Okay. And so you said this grip is that CMG grip, Demetrius? And so, anyways, and so Ganguly, okay, who is a Ganguly is not a public defender. He is a court appointed attorney that the state will pay. Okay. They work like public defenders because the court pays them. So Ganguly got to talking to Straightdropp. Okay. He got to talking to him. Ganguly is the plea king, and he knows how to he knows how to get some good deals. And he got Straightdropp he told Straightdropp to throw himself he said, yes, ma'am. I mean, okay, you CMG grip. Okay. He's told Straightdropp to throw himself a lifeline. Okay. Now I'm gonna let y'all in on a little something that I put in my members a long time ago when it happened. So time went on, and the word got back that he was getting restless because he was ready to talk. Okay. And on certain people, right? So what they immediately started doing was they immediately started trying to play two ends against the middle, because Juke and Gotti knew that the people was coming after them aggressively. Okay. They knew that they was coming after them aggressively. Juke, Gotti, and Black Youngster. We're not gonna leave him out. He talked, he did. So so what they did was they started trying to throw themselves a lifeline. And now let me just say this. I believe 100% that Govan was involved. Okay. But let me just say this. What they started doing was they started playing two ends against the middle. They turned Straightdropp and Cornelius 100% against Govan to make him the sacrificial lamb. That's exactly what they did, in which he was involved now with his old boss head stupid ass. He was involved, but they wanted to put everything on the back of Govan. Okay. Gotti and Juke and them, that was their strategy in which he was involved now. I believe he was. But what they wanted to do was they knew that the folks was coming after them because they were the masterminds. So they decided to get Straightdropp and Cornelius mad enough to go at Govan. Now, what I gotta believe is, in order to get them that mad, somebody they had to have put into the atmosphere. We gave all the money to Govan. That's the only thing that make a bunch of Negroes mad. Okay, so they and the way to make Govan the mastermind, right? You get people mad, they gonna do it, in which he was involved. Okay, but that's what they did, and that is the mistake that I think the state made, because they actually, I think they overcharged Govan. I think they overcharged them because, or if they was going to charge him with those charges, there's no way that they should have given him those charges without getting Gotti and Juke first. See, it would have been a different if they had gotten Gotti, Juke, and Black Youngster, okay, first. But if you go and charge Govan, this is what I was trying to tell you all. If you go and charge Govan with these charges and you leave the real masterminds out, the ones that was capable of actually paying for the hit, it makes it look like that you are trying to just push everything down on his shoulder and put everything on his back. It do. It looked like you're just throwing something on somebody else. If they was going to charge him with those charges, they should have charged them all with the charges at the same time and not just put it on Govan back. And then when they ask you, well, why y'all ain't got your Gotti yet? Well, we still, we still doing our thing as it relates to that. Well, what happened to Juke? Well, I mean, they had enough to get Juke. They were supposed to get Juke. They were supposed to indict Juke in November of 2024. Okay, and they didn't indict him. I can, and listen, I know the people get mad at the police, but I mean, I understand the bigger picture. I'm an investigator myself. I understand the bigger picture. You leave Juke out, you can indict him, but we found this out. We found out there's some other people that's involved that wanted him gone. They trying to figure out why did these other people that we find out aside from Yo Gotti wanted Young Dolph gone. That ain't nothing. I'm telling y'all, that's in some paperwork. Okay, they found that out, and so we leave Big Juke out, and we leave him out. Maybe we already got him up under investigation, up under, probably up under some, other stuff. Okay. It's still an ongoing case, so I have to watch what I say. And so he'll lead us. He know he gonna go down. So when people know that they're gonna go down, Juke knew he was gonna be indicted. It wasn't no secret. He knew it. So people start to, they'll start having, like they was having them meetings and stuff all out in the woods. Okay. So I understand why they left him out. I hate they left him out, because if they had indicted him when they were supposed to indict him, I believe he would still be alive. I didn't want to see Juke get killed like that. When I saw him laying out there like that with his mama, bent down over to him, that hurt me, because I'm a mother. You know what I'm talking about? He had to go pay for what he did, but I'm not an evil person where I'll be wanting to see these black men get slaughtered like hogs and stuff. That hurt me. It did. It really did. It hurt me. Even though he was wrong for his participation and what he did to Young Dolph, I wanted him to go pay his retribution by being behind bars. I hated that. I'm not a vampire. I'm not dogmatic, right? But I understood they didn't leave him out because CMG got all this pull. No, they left him out for a bigger thing. Okay. And I can understand that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Okay. It didn't work out. But you go and if they was going to indict Govan instead of if they was going to indict him, and which if you ask me, I believe that Govan should have gotten charged. He should have, I don't know, they probably should have, I mean, conspiracy, maybe, conspiracy charge. Something like that. I forget what charge I said he should have got. He should have got something. Hell. But what they gave him, I feel like they overcharged him, okay? Without the others. You put those, so it makes it look like in trial, if I was his jury and I'm there with new eyes and we see they talking about CMG, Yo Gotti, all the times they try to take Young Dolph out. Was Govan involved in it? No. Okay, they say he's the mastermind and he's the payor. Okay, but Yo Gotti and them were the ones trying to kill him. They was Big Juke. Yo Gotti's brother was the one with the money, and Yo Gotti. So I mean, he couldn't have been the payor. He couldn't. He wasn't one. He wasn't the What did they call it? What did they call him? The payor or something? He wasn't the one with the money. So I can understand with the jury. I mean, what else could they do based on what they were given? I mean, because when you start learning the law, you start learning those types of things, right? Whereas if they had got Juke, indicted him, indicted Govan, it was gonna take him a little while to get Gotti. It wasn't gonna take him no little while to get Black Youngster. Okay, but he involved in some. He's so stupid. He. If they never get him for Young Dolph, they're gonna get him for something else because he just so stupid. Okay, it's sad. It really is. It really is. He really is off of his rockers. Okay. Anyways, I don't even like talking about that because that dude there is crazy. But anyways, y'all, what was I talking about? I don't even like talking about Black Youngster because that gets on my nerve real bad. Because he goes and after that stuff happened with Young Dolph, he takes his stupid ass and go do something else, and then get some more dudes involved in it. So he constantly ruining lives. Okay, constantly ruining lives. And what these guys it's a damn shame though. I don't know if it's the drugs. It's got to be the drugs. Where these guys are constantly taking money and stuff for hits. You got to be crazy if you are Black Youngster got to be crazy if he feels like that they didn't have eyes on him. Okay? If they didn't have eyes on him. Anyways, whatever. So, yeah. I forgot. I lost my train of thought. But anyways, they denied his appeal. Okay. And now the next thing he does is he goes to the Supreme Court. Now, if a person, Straightdropp is looking at 2 life sentences. Y'all crazy as hell if y'all think Straightdropp gonna go and do 2 life sentences if he can talk and get out. They was willing to talk to him before. They told him in the beginning, we'll make a deal. We'll give you a deal now. But you're gonna have to give us what we want. And you know what we want. And so he played tough. Okay, until Ganguly started telling him, just like Cornelius' attorney told him, this don't look good. You need to go ahead and work with the feds. Straightdropp got ready to do that because from my understanding, the boys came and he left the cell and the boys was waiting on him and took him on somewhere. Okay, and I'm through with that. I told y'all about that a long time ago in the members. Okay, the boys came and got him, left his cell. Them boys came and got him, and 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 them boys came and got him a couple times. Okay, and we know them boys don't come down in their jail and get you and come and get you for nothing. And so that's why I'm real confident that the boys on their job. Okay, and this is gonna be an outpost situation. I knew it from the start. I knew it from the start. We're gonna start calling Straightdropp Little Alpo. Okay. And that's just my belief. Now, this the spirit of the Lord told me that. Y'all know the spirit of the Lord tell you stuff. The spirit of God told me that he gonna be a little Alpo. Okay, after the Supreme Court, if it's ever heard, and it's gonna take years, and like somebody posting in here, the Supreme Court will rush it. If and there's some other stuff going on, but y'all, they did Dolph dirty. Let me just say this: all those guys that was involved that wanted him gone, whether they wanted to take his spot or whatever it was that was going on. Because I remember somebody told me, and I don't like to talk. Oh, I don't say nothing about Big Juke. But I just don't like to talk about people that have lost their lives. But I remember somebody told me, Juke was bragging about when Dolph was killed that he had gotten a lot of Dolph supposedly, if it's a lie, a Memphis vlogger said it. Juke was bragging about how when Dolph was taken out, he got a lot of Dolph business and he made $1 million in 6 months after Dolph was killed. Okay, I guess in the weed game or something like that. Here, my right hand to the Lord God, Keon me there right now. If it's a lie, I promise to God. And so y'all know I wouldn't make that type of claim if somebody had not told me that. And I thought that was really sad. And you get to thinking about that, they talked about how he was bragging about, having the plugs and stuff and all the old plugs and turf and stuff like that and in the jails and all of that. So and hey, I don't know I don't know nothing about no drugs. Okay. I don't. And so I don't know what turfs young Dolph had. Okay. Young Dolph bragged about selling weed. Okay. But he was doing it legally because he had a weed thing. Okay. He had a weed dispenser. So as far as I'm concerned, his was legal. Okay. Maybe Juke's was legal. But who all of these people, and it wasn't just Juke, and I think it's sad though that since when Juke died, when Juke was unfortunately killed, and they did him dirty. I didn't like that. You go to a funeral, a wake, and you kill a man in front of everybody. It's children there, it's old people there. That's just evil. Why would you do something like that? That's just not right. And so and so Great Face, it definitely was not pillow talking. I promise you it wasn't. Hear my right hand to the Lord. It ain't never been a pillow involved. Okay. Um, what's up, Ebony? What was I saying? And okay, so yeah, and so they kill him and all of that. I didn't like that at all. I didn't like that for them to do him like that. I didn't. I'm a sensitive person. I cried. Everybody was coming on here mad. Why are you crying about that? I said I just cries about everything. I talk shit, but then when something happens to somebody, I cries. I remember Great Face said to me when Teasy was killed, when I was in my members, I cried. I said, I hate that I talked about him. I be feeling bad after I talk bad about folks and something happened to him. And Great Face said, Miss T, you don't think it's your fault, do you, that happened to him? I said, oh no, but it's I hate they killed him. You know, folks be talking about me crying. At least I'm a human person. Bitch, I'm gonna cuss you out now if you come up in here wrong. Okay, I'm gonna talk about you bad. But I be crying and I'll be hating for stuff that happened to people. um, but anyway, y'all, I really did. I hated that had happened to Teasy. Teasy had kids and stuff, but you know, the Bible says that your sins will find you out. And I don't really like saying anything like that because that's what the Bible says. You know, we all do stuff. But I just don't think that it is another man's job to play God and go and take another man's life, another man or woman. I just don't like that. When somebody put themselves in the position of God as if I got power over your life. Okay. I don't like that. But anyways, but what I was saying about Juke was what I can't understand is how people, that claim that they mess with Juke. Why is it when he was killed, everybody want to put everything at Juke feet? Why are they putting everything at his feet? I mean, Juke got kids. He got adult kids. He got minor children. So if y'all mess with him the long way, why are you all comfortable with trying to put everything? What Juke did, that Juke was the one that called a hit on Dolph. Juke was the one. They throwing all the dirt on top of the man grave, trying to protect your Gotti. And you heard me say, you heard Hernandez Govan say that the police said, we know Juke and Gotti was the one that orchestrated this. They told Straightdropp the same thing. Okay, I'm telling y'all now what happened with that. The first time that they got him up in there, they told him they was willing to cut him a deal because the feds, the FBI was up in there, and they told him they was willing to cut him a deal because they know Juke and Gotti and them orchestrated that. As time went on, they found out that there were other people that was involved in this. They found out there were other people that wanted young Dolph dead. And at that time, that was like over a year ago, they was trying to figure out why they wanted him dead. Okay. See, I don't have no reasons to lie. Okay. Told y'all that. So Straightdropp, what, 27, 28 years old? He'll be 28 this year, right? He'll be 28 this year. And I'm getting so upset because I'm going to tell y'all something. And I'm trying not to cry. It hurts me because Straightdropp is the exact same age as my child. My child will be 28 this year. And I know that they are still immature and vulnerable mentally. And it's a damn shame for old ass, stinking, rotten, shitty, booty ass men, old ass, bald head ass men, to be misguiding these kids in the wrong direction. Straightdropp is mentally thrown off. Any man that'll sexually assault a woman is mentally ill. And these OGs would take a throwed child like that and misguide him. And that makes me mad. Yo, Gotti, if he had the talent, you pregnant head bastard, why didn't you help him? He from your hometown. You saw him out there, okay, in the street. If he had a talent for real, why didn't you take him off the street and give him a record deal? Why did he have to go kill young Dolph and throw his life away for you to help him? So what they did was they dangled a carrot in front of his face. Okay. And see, this right here should be a lesson to all these young dudes. Okay. And I'm getting emotional because I had to cuss my daughter out today because she get on my nerves so bad because she too strong. Okay, but this should be a lesson to all these young dudes. I don't care what your age is. You cannot come up off of the back of another man. You have to reap what you sow. Straightdropp sowed those bad seeds, and now those weeds are growing right up in his front yard. Now, I mean, I don't think he's gonna wait on the Supreme Court to hear his case. I don't think he's gonna wait. I think he's gonna go ahead and tell it because he been itching to do that anyways. Okay. Justice for Dolph, go and do a documentary on that because I know you know them other people that was involved. Justice for Dolph, I know you know. We'll be waiting on that documentary. I've been coming on YouTube for the last couple nights checking. I checked this morning before I went to work. I said, let me see. I was sitting up drinking my coffee. I said, let me see if Justice for Dolph done posted anything. Okay. I know I be having a lot of emotions, y'all. That's just how I am. But Keon. So Keon paperwork. Let me see if I got that right here. Okay. I forgot we supposed to talk about Keon. Let me see if I got that. Um Howard Keon, right. Oh, so they're gonna let Keon out in September of 2029. So it's looking like they may let him out a little early. Okay, what's this, 26? Or are we in 27? I think we're in 26. So it looks like they're gonna let him out a little early just for him to get indicted again. He might not even get out. Okay, because by the time he'll be looking at something else. Okay, because you have to understand, like Keon, he he's one of them ones too that's gonna be looking at something else. Um, but it looks like they you know his release his date because I think at first it was 2030. Mm-hmm. And now it's been dropped. Yeah, to 2029. I guess depending on what he end up doing, it might drop it some more. But I mean, he may as well stay on up in there. Ain't no need in him doing nothing. He was mad at the other boy for I guess he felt like I guess he felt like I guess he felt like the other guy, I forget his name, that he was mad at was supposed to take go ahead and take the blame, and he pushed it right back up to him. So I guess that's what he was mad at or something. I don't know. But I mean, he probably gonna be looking at something else real soon too. Mm-hmm. Anyways, I tell you, y'all, it seemed like the people over there on that label, but you don't have to understand, like it starts at the top, and it don't give me no gratification or nothing to talk about Yo Gotti. It don't give me no type of like gratification or anything like that. Like I don't hate Yo Gotti. I just hate what Yo Gotti did. What Yo Gotti did was he started all this mess in the city of Memphis. You got all of this talent in Memphis. Yo Gotti is talented himself. Yo Gotti's music was music that I liked. I've never been a real big rap fan. I always like R&B and gospel. But I liked his music. I knew his music. I didn't know Young Dolph's music. I've been honest about that. I started learning about Young Dolph and his philanthropy and all of that when he had passed away. Now, I met Young Dolph one time, and that was over at the hot wing place Debo's on Elvis Presley. And he was sitting inside of the Debo's, and when people would walk in, he would say, "Can you do me a favor? I'll pay for your food if you listen to my CD." So, and everybody coming in after me, he'd do the same thing. "Here go my CD. Listen to my music. Here, I'm getting ready to pay for your food." The dude was a promo king. Okay. The dude was a promo king. So you're gonna always remember somebody like that. Shit. Okay. This little dude, he up there paying for food. Yeah, go up there. Okay, you'll always remember some. You're not gonna forget somebody like that easily. Okay. And so, but what he did was he caused all of this turmoil in the city of Memphis, all because of his jealousy. And so, I get so tired of people talking about, Young Dolph started this. He shouldn't have did this. He shouldn't have did that. Yo Gotti did exactly what Young Dolph said he did. People want to say Gucci Mane started this. No, Yo Gotti and them start going behind the scenes. So Yo Gotti is more of a snake. He was going behind the scenes trying to block the boy. It was not like Young Dolph was taking any money out of his pocket. If somebody ain't messing, don't want to sign with you, or you going behind the scenes and you telling people not to work with the boy, you paying DJs not to play his music. If I was Young Dolph, I would have did the same thing too. You want to do dirt to me behind the scenes, and then it make Young Dolph look bad because he said, since you want to block me, you don't want them to play my music, so I'm gonna talk about you and I'm gonna put in a song, and then people gonna want to listen to how bad I'm talking about you. So I'm gonna just talk about you and make money off of you in the music. I'd have did it too. Okay. But because people want to, cover for Yo Gotti, they want to protect Yo Gotti. They don't want to say any man would have felt the exact same way that Young Dolph was feeling. How you gonna try to block a man from eating? How you gonna try to block a man from eating? And so Young Dolph was just, he was just smarter. He was like, okay, if I start talking about it, I'll put it in my music what he doing to me, and people gonna want to listen because folks messy. They wants to hear that stuff, and I would have put it in the music too. Okay, and then he had his own money, so they want to they want to tell the other artists not to mess with him, but he had his money. He had the money to pay them. Money talks. So all of these artists that Yo Gotti thought wouldn't mess with Young Dolph, he said he had all, whatever they asked him for, he pulled it out cash out of his backpack. Y'all think if they say I want 50 G's and he said I got it right here in my backpack, they gonna think about what Yo Gotti said? No. They gonna do their verse. And so that anger of not being able to stop him built up more and more and more and more. Like you see how big his head is. It just built up in his head and made it a balloon. Okay. Ooh, don't get me started being upset. The truth says, but Tam 3-6 used the same tactics. So did Master P. Yeah, the truth, but you know what? It still don't make it right. And let me say this. Jay-Z and 50 Cent was beefing with each other. But what did they do? When they was beefing, they would amp it up around the time it was time for them to drop an album. And so they would beef, it would draw a crowd or whatever. What's the word that I'm looking for? Like it would start amping up their albums, for them to start beefing a little bit around the time it was time to drop. They did it to sell records. They made money off of it. They did it to sell records. It never should have gone as far as somebody losing their life. Young Dolph was a Memphian just like Yo Gotti was. There's no way in the world that he should have ever felt comfortable with killing another man that was doing just as well as him, that was doing the exact same thing, helping to put other Memphians on. And he was doing it on a higher level because he was really teaching them the game without them being rich slaves. He had really figured out the recipe. Yo Gotti did his thing. Yo Gotti is a good rapper. I won't take that from him. Okay. He's a good rapper. He's talented. But so he's a businessman. Young Dolph is a businessman. He should have respected another Memphian enough to say, well, look, I don't mess with Dolph, but I got to respect the hustle though. Hey, let him do his thing. It never should have been in the bloodshed. Can't nobody respect that. And then look at what happened after that. All these young men started going to jail and losing their lives. It forced young men to have to choose. Okay, I'm with pre and pre affiliates, or I'm with CMG and CMG affiliates. That ain't no way to be. That ain't no way to be. It shouldn't even be like that with all this talent in Memphis. But they forced that. Okay. They said Gotti also told artists to overcharge Dolph, and that he told him to overcharge Dolph and got mad when Dolph could pay it. He knew they was overcharging him and he still paid it. Okay. See, when people can't stop you, it causes an anger that grows like a cancer on the inside of them. They can't let it go. And at some point, it turns into something really dark and sinister, like it did with Young Dolph. They went too far. They never should have been plotting on him or his artist life. What they should have been doing was plotting on getting in the booth, countering whatever he said. Oh, okay. He made 100 shots. Oh, okay. He made Play With Your B. Oh, okay. I know. I'm getting ready to shine on this dude for real. I'm really getting ready to put some verses on him. That's how you do it all the time. Your pocket's getting fatter. You can't have on your ballerina tutu and call yourself a damn rapper. If you that sensitive, you ain't got no business in the rap arena. You ought to be in the ballet arena. Okay? Bend over in your ballet pants. Okay? So it never should have gone that far. I stand on that. I stand on that. Yo Gotti and Young Dolph was supposed to be the Master P and Baby of Memphis. That's what they were supposed to be. They were supposed to be putting these dudes on, okay? And Yo Gotti was gonna have to come up out of his damn sharky ass waves. He need to find a way to get bought up out of that 360 deal he in, because a lot of times you could buy your way out, so that he could do it like Young Dolph was doing it, do it and go the independent route. Hell, he was swinging 100 just as much as Dolph them was. Hell, how come he couldn't do it? Hell, so he could have took that money and did it the exact way Dolph was, where you don't have to go through these record labels. Instead of them killing them, they ought to been trying to get with it. Okay. But their jealousy wouldn't allow them to get with him. They supposed to have been changing lives. Okay, they supposed to have been changing lives with these young dudes. Okay, look at Young Dolph. He's no longer with us, and he done changed all these young boys' lives. They still eating. Okay, if he had been alive, he would have changed some more people's lives. Why is it that black people, don't want to see a person like him that's really putting people on for real and helping them not to be getting taken advantage of by the industry? There's nowhere in the world. Straightdropp shouldn't have never even took that hit. Straightdropp, Cornelius, Zoned Out High, and all, none of them should have ever thought about doing that to him. Okay, and how Orange Mound Quack gonna let Jook come into his damn house? talking about getting some young boys to go do a hit. Let me, okay, because I'm gonna get ready to go in on him because that pisses me off. Cypress is lying and playing slow. I'm not having that. Miss T speaking now. Cypress, everybody knows CMG was broke. I mean, Gotti was caught up in those 360 deals. He was caught up in them, but he could have got out of them. Unfortunately, unfortunately for Yo Gotti, he went and he got in those 360 deals, and he probably still in them because now I think what they do is it's almost like a pyramid scheme. I think he make his money off of other, just taking advantage of other artists. See, that's kind of what happens when you go and you sign with these record labels and you don't really know the business. And that's what happened with Yo Gotti. He didn't really know the business. He went and he got in these deals that he's probably still in. And the only way now, really, for him to um maybe he's made enough money to buy himself out. Okay. I think he in the Illuminati now. Because when they killed Dolph, when he had them damn fools to go over there and kill Dolph, he was still a local joker. He was still walking around here looking all ugly. And so trying to get Rich Lord and them to be his security. And then they blackball Rich Lord because he was tall and handsome. See, let me get in. See, I'm all over the place right now because I want to talk about two things at one time. But okay, but let me get away from that. But it seemed like he went up, okay, when Young Dolph was killed. Okay. Because remember he had that meeting and they was in all white and Drake was there, Jay-Z was there, and all of that. They was out in the Hamptons. I think they initiated him then. That was shortly after Young Dolph was killed, and then they gave him that Interscope deal that they working Glorilla to death to pay back. But y'all know that's another story. Okay. But that's what happened. And so instead of, saying, look, me and Dolph we don't see eye to eye, but I respect his hustle. I respect how he did it, because so many of us get caught up in them bad deals in the beginning because we don't know Young Dolph didn't do that. I respect that. A lot of these Memphis dudes can't even get these folks their props. They act like it's gonna hurt them to give somebody their props. Instead, Yo Gotti wanted everybody to be up under him. That's their witchcrafty spirit. Okay. And so look, as a result, like I said, I hate that happened to Juke. Rest in peace to Juke. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something. My cousins that's in the street. Now I don't know Juke. My cousins that's in the street. Yeah, Juke was an instigator. They talked about he was an instigator, but they talked about he had a lot of heart though. You know what I mean? As far as giving, he was a giver. Like he was more of a giver, had more heart of giving than Yo Gotti did. Okay, Yo Gotti is selfish, according to them. Juke is an instigator, but he had a heart. He had more heart, according to them, right? And so, whether he was an instigator or not, I hate that happened to him. I do. I do. I hate it for his mama and his kids. Okay. Unfortunately, when Big Juke went over there, Cornelius said that Juke was over there at Cornelius' house. I mean, at Govan's house. We already know he was over there by way of his brother. Okay. We know Yo Gotti was the one. Yo Gotti and whoever these other folks was probably one. Juke had the connection to the street. They sent him out there to get. Because Gotti and Juke and Dolph and them had been kind of going back and forth for a while. I mean, we had not heard anything. It seemed to be like when Dolph and Juke and them was going back and forth with each other, that was around 2018. Around 2019, 2021, Dolph had really started going hard for his label in 2021. And I believe somebody told Juke, you need to go ahead and get rid of him because they was putting out them hits. These niggas ain't effing with me. What else? With Snoop Bands, them they did the CIAA or whatever you call it. And I mean, he just started going hard. You didn't see him doing interviews around that time talking about CMG. Not around that time, right? So it was pure jealousy. The reason they took that boy out. And Orange Malquet, and you know that's why they took him out for jealousy. I'm about sick of him lying, sitting up talking about trying to blame Dolph for it. Emerald says Juke was street. Him and Quet was dealing with Dolph until Gotti got back cool with his own brother. Dolph ain't lied about it. No, Dolph ain't tell no lies about it. I'll be looking at Quet when they ask him about Dolph, and he go, you know, Dolph was a good guy. He swallowed real hard. He know they wrong. He know they wrong. I don't know why he even trying to justify it. And he wrong for that too. Well, I told y'all right after they had killed Young Dolph, they thought they was gonna get away with it. They wanted to take Key Glock out. They knew Key Glock. People was anticipating Key Glock being the one to step up after Young Dolph because he was the one that they had seen with him more. So, and I do believe that came from Yo Gotti. And probably Straightdropp too. Straightdropp thought that he was going to be he was they were so jealous of Key Glock and of Dolph. Okay. They was jealous of what Dolph was doing for Key Glock. Right after they wanted Key Glock gone too. I mean, that's how you saw what Black Youngster did. Black Youngster, a lot of the stuff that Black Youngster was doing, like right after this happened, I think that's what put the feds on top of their head hard. Because he thought he was going to exert. They had used him just like they used Juke. They had used Black Youngster to exert fear into the atmosphere. That's what they did. I think that they thought that they was going to use him, but he ended up having a nervous breakdown real bad. Justice for Dolph says somebody sent me a recording of phone calls of Quet, how he was talking about all the shit that Dolph and his obsession with the beef. I think somebody from the feds leaked it to me. Oh Lord have mercy. I tell you. Somebody somebody from the feds leaked it to you, huh? Lord have mercy. I tell you. Well, do you think that he was in tune to that beef? You think maybe he was talking to Juke? Hey, Marcus. I think I've been good tonight. Y'all, I'm so proud of myself because I ain't cussed nobody out. I got ready to do it because y'all know these men. A lot of these men get on my nerve. But God kept me like together tonight. Every time I got ready to go in on somebody, the spirit of the Lord came in over me because these men get on my nerves so bad. I be cussing them out. Justice for Dolph says now the recording is super real. I don't know who got that recorded before the hit. Real weird, but it's oh wow. So the recording was before the hit. How you been doing, Marcus? But Yo Gotti know he was wrong. He was wrong. I told y'all I was never fooled. He was always the root of the tree. He was always the root of the tree. And even though I feel like his brother was bad, Okay. I know Juke was out there. I know it was bad. But Juke had a lot of loyalty to his loyalty was to his brother. And so I think I've always talked about um the place that everybody plays in this. Yo Gotti and some of the others are the root of the tree. Juk is like the trunk of the tree because he was the person that stood between the root and the limbs. Okay. I think that Quet was the branch of the tree, and Straightdrop and Cornelius were the limbs of the tree. Okay. That's what I think. Quet the branch, Cornelius and them the limbs, Juk the trunk, Yo Gotti and them the root. And I've always talked about this more than anything. I be wanting the root of the tree because the root of the tree holds that rotten tree up. Once you dig up the root of the tree, you dig it up, it disconnects everything. No more, it kills the whole tree. No more rotten fruit, trunks, branches, nothing could ever grow from that tree. That's why it is important to always get the root of the tree. The root of the tree is where the money flow comes from, okay? And that keeps all of the fruit rotten. He said it absolutely started with Yo Gotti. It absolutely started with Yo Gotti because you have to think about before any of these other people was ever thought of in this that we know of, it was Yo Gotti beefing with Young Dolph. Then he got Keon is in jail. We have to think about this thing now. Keon is in jail for trying to take out Young Dolph. They tried to kill him in LA. They had a situation in North Carolina. You had Black Youngster and his crew try to take the man out in North Carolina. Um it's like he was consistently the people that was convicted of ultimately taking them out, who do they have a connection to? CMG. They have a connection to CMG. So everybody that has ever tried to take him out was connected, had a connection to CMG, right? And these were all different people, all different. So it's like when one thing didn't work out, they went and got another group of people. Okay, so to me, that's who you would consider the masterminds, and I'm sure the you know that's who you consider the masterminds, the root of the tree. Um, I didn't even know about that concert shooting, but that conversation put me on the right track. Go check the date of Pooh and Boogie arguing online to when Boogie concert got shot up. Hey, Pumpkin. He said, go ahead and definitely put that out. You know what, Justice for Dow, I was messing with what's the guy name? Truth that being here the other day. He was in here the other night. The truth was, I said the truth. I said, you in here, Justice for Dow must don't know you're online. He said, well, tell Justice for Dow to come on up in here. I don't think he was online though. I got sleepy though. I got on off. Y'all know I be getting tired. Auntie be tired. Um, I think the truth was in here earlier before you got in here. I think he was in here a little earlier. I think. My memory's so bad. I think he was in here tonight. What's up, Hitter? What's going on? Yeah, I would. Where my phone at? Let me see. I'm gonna crank the phone line up. Let me see if I can find that phone so we can crank up the phone line. If I got it near me, and tell me what y'all think about Straightdrop's appeal getting denied. Yeah, I got time today. I ain't got no homework. I ain't got no homework tonight. Hey, Swear Beige. It says Straightdrop better start. Um, he gonna talk. I don't know why people think that Straightdrop won't talk now. I done told y'all. I done told y'all now. I done told you. I done told y'all Straightdrop. I done told y'all now. We knew he wasn't going nowhere. Now he got to wait on. Let me see how long does it take for the Supreme Court. Let's see. Oh, okay. It says that the Supreme Court can hear a case depending on the case in 60 days. So it'll be interesting to see, or they could, the Supreme Court could choose not to hear the case. The Supreme Court can choose not to hear the case. Lord, they don't start. Lord, they done start messing with my life, Lord. Lord, I just come against them in the mighty name of Jesus, Lord. Take them and slay them out. Whoever it is that's sick enough to be coming in here messing with my life, Lord, just go ahead and knock their asses down. Anytime you ain't got nothing better to do than to be messing with somebody alive, you need to be dead. Okay, Lord, go ahead and knock them down. So don't mess around and have a heart attack and die. Okay, because that's what's gonna happen. We're waiting on the phone to come on, y'all. Waiting on the phone to come on. That's right, Johnny's. We coming into agreement. Keep coming up in here messing with this live. You're gonna be laid out somewhere with your damn tongue hanging out. Okay. With foam coming out your damn mouth. And we all come into agreement with that. Hold on, y'all. I'm waiting for the phones to come on so I can let y'all start calling in. Okay. Y'all hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. Y'all donate to the channel. I be forgetting to ask for donations. Donate to the channel. Hold on. I'm getting ready to put so let's see. They sure enough messing with their stream. I guess they don't fear. I guess they don't have no fear about the prayer we just prayed. Y'all make sure y'all give to the channel. Oh, you did. Somebody came into my computer months ago and deleted the whole folder with the case, not knowing I got backup. Y'all. They hire us hackers, and that's against the law. That's against federal laws to be hiring hackers to be hacking into somebody's computer. That's just like breaking and entering in a home. I fear for my life. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Um, y'all make sure y'all donate to the channel. Also, if you want to donate to the channel. Donate via Cash App so I can get my nails done, or it's super thanks. Okay. I got pink this time, y'all. I got pink. I got a bubblegum pink with sparkling diamond on one finger, silver sparkling diamond. I don't know why it's taking this phone so long to pop on. Because I'm ready to hear what y'all got to say. What do you all think about? And y'all can call in. I don't know who y'all are, nothing like that. I want to hear what y'all think about Straightdropp's appeal being denied. Do you agree with it? Do you feel like that at some point he gonna talk his way out? Do y'all think at some point he gonna talk his way out? Where my other phone at? Oh, okay, y'all, it's popping on right now. Hold on. We get ready to get this thing crunk up. And y'all I mean, and if you feel like he should get an appeal, you could tell me. I'm not gonna be mad. Hold on, y'all. Okay, here it is. It's right here. Okay, y'all, hold on. I'm getting ready to turn it on. Lord, I never had this phone on. So if y'all call and I don't answer, don't take no offense. It don't be on. I'm getting ready to turn it on right now, though. Just give me one moment. I gotta hook it up. And y'all, while I'm getting this phone going, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Thank you, darling. I appreciate that. Thank you, Marcus. And I want y'all to make sure y'all call in because I want to hear what y'all got to say about this. Thank you, Janice. My new intro. I love it too. Thank you. Hey, Carl Hannah. How are you? Thank you, M. Rose. Thank you, darling, for the super sticker. I don't know what. Okay, now let's see. Y'all hate when the phone acts up. I'm trying not to cuss this phone out. Because I've been doing good tonight. I ain't cussed nobody out. Now the phone want me to cuss him out. Y'all hit the like button for me. Okay, just give it a minute. Hold on, y'all. And like I said, I want y'all to call in to let me know what y'all think about Straightdrop's appeal. Do you all think that the Supreme Court is going to hear it? Why does Keon keep getting time taken off of his because I think that's the second time that has happened. That Keon has gotten his release date dropped down. Hold on, let's see. Lord Jesus. Okay, now maybe we can get some darn action. Hold on, y'all. Just give me a minute. Okay. Now let me put the number up. We ready. Let me put the number up. Um is this the number? What's the damn number? Um Let me go to the phone. You could tell I don't never use this phone. Okay, here it is right here. Let me see what the number is. Okay, so here it is right here. Okay, you guys. So this is the number. That's the number right there. So call in. Let me know what you think. He said, let me finish my workout, mamas. Tuesdays are rough for me. I stopped eating at 3 p.m., so I'm always hungry on this day. Oh, Lord. I forgot to go to the, I was supposed to give me some fruits and stuff today. Okay, you guys, the number is 901-329-9813. Call in. Tell me what you all think. Hey, Dalvin. Hey, Detarius. Detarius. He said, tell them why they shot Keon. Why they shoot him? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. You tell me. Why they shoot him? Tell us. You must know. They already gave him life. Davin, tell us since you know. Shit. Y'all, I'm waiting for y'all to ring the phone. Well, I still got it up. Don't be scared to call in. I'm a real nice person. Yeah, they're gonna give him life. They'll probably reduce it down when he give them what they want. But he's not gonna be able to get out. He's not gonna be able to not do any time. I think Cornelius. Real talk with Tamara.
Hey, Tamara, Steven, how you doing?
What's up, Steven?
I'm cool in the gang. Listen, I did have a question for you. Maybe you can answer it. I put it in the chat, though. But now, appeals aren't expensive, right? But we know that Straightdropp doesn't have a public defender, so I'm trying to figure out who's paying for that lawyer.
I don't know. Whoever paid for him, they could have kept him. They must didn't pay but about $100 for him the way he got up in there doing what he did. But I mean, probably the same people that's paying for where his mama, where his mom and them are living at. Whoever it is that is providing for his mom and them, because isn't
Right.
his mother and them all living in a really beautiful big home?
Yep, down there in a certain part of Florida. I ain't gonna say the city, but yep, sure are.
So that's interesting.
So, are they trying to convince? Because I believe what you say that he'll eventually crack, but at this point, I would think that he's gotten to the point where he's accepted it. Like I'm gonna do life because it can be accelerated all day to the Supreme Court. They're not gonna disagree with this court. The appellate court is not gonna happen. Well, if they do, it's a slim chance. Let me not say it won't happen, but I think somebody's probably trying to convince him, hey man, we still got your back no matter what this don't tell. When the jig is up, it's pretty much over. I would hope he ain't that dumb. But he looks like he's that dumb. So I hope that just gets it together, but I don't think he will. But I'm not mad. I think he should spend the rest of his life in prison. I don't feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for nobody, his daughter, his mom, none, sister, none of them. I don't, because his mom is complicit to me. She took the apartment and she took the house, so she knew better. The feds didn't get her that house, so that's just how I feel, man. I hate that for him, but he did it. You got to pay. Cornelius too. They did what they did.
Yeah, they did what they did.
That's just me, though.
They definitely got to pay. But I don't know why. Me as a mother, and Straightdropp was born the exact same year as my child. Me as a mother, there's no way that I would ever take anything from anyone that helped to put my child behind bars. He helped to do it to himself too, but they definitely helped to do it. I wouldn't want nothing to do with him.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't. That's blood money, essentially. That's blood money. Even with Cornelius' lawyer, that's blood money. And somebody should have been smarter. And like I said, Dog would have paid them that much to leave him alone. Dog would have probably we can look back on it, but man, it's just like this. I agree with everything you said, Gotti, and I'm not from Memphis, but Gotti, like Hitter said one time months ago, I remember like it was yesterday, he said he dropped a nuke in that city and left.
That's exactly what he did.
Yep, and that ain't cool, man. Memphis deserves better, but I think it's rounding down. March is gonna be the end of March. You know, we got Cornelius getting sentenced, Treon going to court, so I don't know. April might not be good for CMG, but I don't know. But it's all good. I'm gonna let you get back to them. Let somebody else call in, but I appreciate you taking my call. All right.
All right. Thanks for calling in.
All right, ain't it, man?
Anybody else that want to call in, y'all call in. The number is 901-329-9819. 901-329-9819. He says, Cypress, why they shot Keon? Tell the truth. God doggone it. Now, Davin, tell us why they shoot Keon. Davin, tell us. Davin brought it up. Why he gonna come here and say that and then not say nothing else? Davin, why they shoot Keon? He went back in the bushes. He ain't gonna say nothing else probably. Yeah. So like I said, all of this stuff is, I really hate all this happen. I blame Yo Gotti, you know, for this, you know. Yo Gotti and his brother, two are the same. I think it's, you know, because, you know, you have to think about when people say Juke wanted this more than anything. What did Juke have to gain? Juke didn't have more to gain than Gotti. The only person that went up was Gotti. Juke was just loyal to his brother. Okay, because when they was trying to kill Dolph before, you didn't hear Juke name in that. When they were shooting at his car and all that, him and Juke was cool. At that point, you didn't hear Juke name in that when they were trying to kill him all in LA and all of that. You didn't hear them in Juke being involved in that. It was Yo Gotti's crew. So Juke had a loyalty to his brother. Okay. And I think he was loyal to a fault. And you can't be loyal to people, to anybody, to a fault. I blame Quet because he had access to them young dudes. Okay, and I don't think it was right for him to hand those dudes over to them like that. Hold on for a second, darling. Oh my God. This thing makes me so mad. Hold on, don't hang up. Hold on. This little thing don't act right. I guess I'm gonna have to call the person back. Are you still on the phone?
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Welcome to Real Talk with Tamara.
Yeah, this is the ruler, you know. I appreciate the young man who called earlier. You know, it seemed like it was real drastic. But I'm representing the children of Memphis and the children, the children. Not no, you know, Chester stuff or nothing like that. But this is what the children got to say, you know. For these adults, they putting a lot of vomit on people's head, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They shifting with the water on people's heads, and they come into one person's house, and it be like they be trying to burn the house down. You know, like you burn somebody's house down, like a whole bunch of kids that get, you know, grease head, what they call it, like mop head or something. And the kids come into the house but the house don't need to be clean. So we got to be cleaned up at 4. So I'm bringing the service just for the day only for the next 15 minutes. I'm cleaning all the houses.
Okay, well, good. Well, good, because I need somebody to come and fold my clothes for me. I got to wash and stuff.
Well, you know, I don't need nobody. I got somebody. I got the Lord. You know, these kids are so funny, man. These kids are so knowledgeable. And to the people out there, to these old Masons, my kids can travel better than you, I tell you. So you know, you come, they come clicking with their little clicker remote, you know, watching TV, change the channel. They change the channel, smiling. But my kids can travel better than you. That's the end. I don't care if it's from the 33, which is the evils of the wings, or the 33 and the 30. All my kids have been trained. Listen, don't interrupt me, Freemason. I feel your spirit trying to interrupt.
Look, listen. You know what? You trolling. You can't even hardly get it out. You so tickled. Now it's okay for you to call, but don't call and troll, because what you'll make me do is you'll make me cuss.
No.
Are you trolling?
That was the kid. Am I trolling? No, I'm cleaning the houses. I clean the house. See, that was somebody that your cousins or something, you know.
It wasn't.
I clean the house out again. I tell you what. That was a Dr. Lee and Nicole Smith, I think. They be flying with me, man. I thought these people.
Okay, let me tell y'all something. Instead of what you need to do is probably go clean your ass. Okay, that's what you need to do. Go clean your ass, but don't call here trolling. I don't know who got you trolling, but don't call. Let me see who this is that just called me. Don't let nobody send you out. Okay. What you need to go do is you need to go see a psych doctor. Okay. That's what you need to do. Anyways. I'm talking about that's my cousins. Somebody calling playing on the damn phone. It goes to show how old and stupid they are. But let me tell you something. Don't call here playing. Okay? Because you almost just got cussed out. And you could tell he crazy too. That sounds like God disguising his voice. No, I'm sure that probably some vlogger, got him to do it. I'm sure it's but it could have been Gotti, because Gotti is the biggest fan of the show. Okay, he's the biggest fan of the show, and he's mentally ill. Okay, because anytime you take your money and you send your brother out in Memphis, Tennessee, knowing how small Memphis is, you send your brother out to get some dudes from a hood to try to find some folks to go do a hit on Young Dolph because you jealous. You definitely are mentally ill. Okay. And that's the reason why I say when you look at Yo Gotti, okay, when you look at him, you could tell with that big old water head, that something is off. Okay, you would think a head that big would have a lot of information in it, but then it could be it's like a double-edged sword. Okay, because a lot of times a head that big have nothing but evil in it, and so that's why when he get these folks around here, what I can't understand with these damn fools, they want to be down with him so bad. Okay, they want to be down with him so bad that they'll do anything to try and get some crumbs. Okay, he been sending folks out since the beginning of time. Some of these damn fools that's running around here gonna get themselves in trouble. He don't even fool with them. It could have been Black Youngster. Okay, it could have been Black Youngster, because it seemed like something he would do too. Okay, or it could have been a damn fool that was sent out by another vlogger. Okay, it could have been a damn fool that was sent out by another vlogger. But don't call here playing on the phone. I'm looking for my thing. Because I'm getting ready to see if I can run his phone number to see who this is that just called. They just started messing with the live. Hold on, they had started messing with the live. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna see what phone, what app. Okay, I'm gonna see what app. If it'll show me what phone number that app is on. That app is attached to. Hold on, y'all know I get quiet when I get to look at that stuff. Okay. But like I said, I think it's a darn shame that you have other vloggers. Because that wasn't none of your guy. That was another vlogger. Okay. I think another vlogger had somebody to do that. When you have other vloggers, especially men, because I'm a see who phone number that this is attached to. And the only reason why I'm dead set on doing it. Y'all know when I get quiet, I be looking at shit. I be looking up stuff. Okay. He said vlogger from Bradley Street. It probably is. It probably is Quet. I mean, I thought I had told you not to let some of these other Memphis vloggers drag you into no mess because I was going to put the police on you. Okay, I told you I was going to now. If you quit, because you're real dangerous. And it was some Memphis vloggers wanting to get you on their team real bad because I guess they thought, after they had talked about you and everything, they wanted to get you on their team real bad because I think they felt like you would have been a muscle. Okay, people like to pull you into their shit. But Quet, I would advise you now, because I know you be in the chat and stuff. I would advise you not to bother me. Okay, I would advise you and your trolls not to bother me. Okay, because I understand that another Memphis vlogger been trying to pull you in for a real long time. That motherfucker going to jail. Okay, that bitch ass nigga is going to jail. Okay, it's a whole lot of shit that I be on the tip. I be right at the edge of sending OCU over to that motherfucker. Okay, I be right at the edge of it, but I got a life. Quit. I would advise you not to let another Memphis vlogger pull you into anything as it relates to me. Okay, I would advise you not to do it. Because it seems like that Memphis vlogger has been going to person to person to person, anybody that will bite. And I've been told y'all, I'm gonna put the police on any man. If you don't believe me, you better ask some of these women that has gone to jail. Do not let him pull you into nothing as it relates to me, okay? Okay? So I'm telling you, don't let him do it. Because, I think it's a darn shame. Because now y'all going to get me started. I think it's a darn shame when you have a vlogger, okay? And this is a vlogger that I helped. That get mad one day. Okay, that gets mad one day and want to go in on me and been messing with me ever since. Okay? So Quit, I would advise you, not to let him get you involved in nothing. Okay? Because he has some women, I ain't gonna even say nothing because I'm still trying to decide on if I should fuck with their livelihood. But they did it to themselves. Okay? Shit, the phone died. Just as it was running. I think it's sad, like when you have a dude, okay, that goes from like person to person, trying to get them to, because yo Gotti don't mess with this dude. It's a whole lot of shit that I know and that I could do that I don't do. Okay, and I kind of steer away from it. I steer away from it a lot because if I start going at him, y'all not gonna see him on his live no more. Okay, because he's gonna be downtown. So what I do is I steer clear of him. I ignore him. And I've been ignoring him for a long time, even when he was telling them lies, like he had messed with me. I gave him some money. You telling a lie. Why would you even want to tell that lie? Like, and then you stick with it. That's what's scary. For somebody to sit up on their lie and lie like you mess with them. The dude ain't never even met me in person. He don't know me like that. I used to talk to him on the phone, but that's it. We've never had dinner. We've never met. We've never done nothing. You start with me and you get mad because I won't deal with you no more. On a friendship level. And so you've gone to everybody to try to get up under them. First, he was sending the women out. I had something for them. They know they had something to lose. Then you start going to the men like that. Quit, don't let him use you as a muscle, okay? Because I know you don't want to be back down there in the jail. Because I be fearing for my life. Okay? I be fearing for my life. Hold on. The phone cut off, but let me run this number again. I could let it go. But I just believe that it is a vlogger, a Memphis vlogger. And so I can't let it go. Okay, now it's running from the app. Okay. So I got an app that'll show me every number that comes through. It'll show me who's used it on, what number has used it on their phone. So don't call me fucking with me. Okay, because what I'm gonna do is when I get that name, it's running right now. When I get that name, when I get the number, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go downtown. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll throw bombs at everybody until they tell that it was that Memphis vlogger. Okay. Leave me. I'm telling you. Now stay off my vlog. Okay. Right. What they don't want is they don't want me to talk about the topic. So they get mad about me talking about Straightdropp. They get mad about me talking about Yo Gotti. They always ain't no Gotti. Sound like a bitch or something. They always ain't no Gotti. Yo Gotti don't give two F's about the dudes that's in his camp. You know he don't give a damn about no fan. You know he don't give a damn about no fan. Okay. So don't call. I'm telling y'all now. I'm telling you. And these men, a lot of these men such bitches. They such bitches because they taking all types of dick up the ass. Okay. And I know that one probably do. Because he don't go after nothing but women. Okay. They such bitches. They be ready to jump on any bandwagon that a bitch ass nigga try to get them to jump on to go at a motherfucking woman when you all not even have respect for a man that come to you about a woman, especially lying about one he ain't never even laid eyes on. I done got up here on my damn platform and said it with boldness. Okay? A person that lie about a woman giving him some money or being with a woman that he ain't never laid eyes on, that's a twisted person. Okay? And so that dude talk to me all the time now. He know how I get down. That's the reason why he's sending everybody else out. I'm ready to make an example out of somebody else. Don't fuck with me. And the only reason why I got issues with it is because I feel like it's that Memphis vlogger. That dude, I've been sparing that dude. I've been sparing him for a long time. Anytime you talk to somebody for a year and he called me every morning with conversation, you can only imagine half the shit he told me. I still ain't put it out there. As some of the stuff that I've said, I still ain't put it out there. Okay? Because I can get on this motherfucker right now and call OCU and tell him go over there, he's selling weed up out his house. Or I could tell the folks, sit up and wait for him to go to work. He ain't got no damn driver's license. If I was a dirty bitch, I'd do that. Okay? I ain't dirty. I could say a whole lot more stuff. But I ain't did that. I've tried to let that dude make it. Okay? I've tried to let him make it. But you know, my dad used to say to me, you can't give people no chances because they'll start playing with you. You have to go ahead and cut the cancer. You can't threaten to do it. You just got to do it. And then you can't let up. You can't let up until they dead. You got to make it where they can't get back up no more. Okay, you got to make it where they can't get back up no more. Okay. And so it's a darn shame when you got a motherfucker that have issues, okay, with you talking about Yo Gotti. And so he talked to me every day on the phone. So he already know that I'm about my business. I really don't want to go back and forth because that gets him views. I get views. He only get views when he going at a damn woman, and that's me. Okay. Because anytime you jump on your damn vlog to sit up and talk about, okay, they hating on Gotti or to try and counter what somebody says on their vlog, that means you ain't got a damn thing to talk about. Because you got to be insane to ever believe or think that you could stop somebody for talking about what they want to talk about on their channel. But what I could do is, okay, I tell you what I can do. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna show y'all what I can do. But we could do it on here. No, hey, what? Listen, what's that number over there? The OCU. What's that major name over there? Because I want to do something on live tonight. Yep. Yep, tonight. You know, I want to help. You know, stop a lot of this crime in the community. All this drug selling and all that. That's what I want to do. I want to do it on live. Just give me the number. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wait a minute. Let me write it down. All right. And I ain't gonna what they call it, free flodge. I ain't gonna free flodge. I ain't gonna free flodge. Let's see who's gonna have the last laugh. Except I don't get no, gratification out of seeing nobody house get busted. Okay. I don't give me no gratification. Because I got a life. I don't sit around and wait on it, but I do want to see the community get cleaned up. Okay. I told these men, I've been begging these men to leave me alone. Now y'all see what's getting ready to happen to him. Okay. Now, and I'm going to do that for interrupting my show. That's for interrupting my show. Okay. That's for, hey, I've been begging now for almost 2 years. Leave me the fuck alone. Okay. And he just wouldn't do it. He went reaching all out to Mr. Parker with his nasty funk ass, trying to get information. I bet you, Mr. Parker, you can't get him to say another damn word. All the dirt I got on Mr. Parker. I ain't even talked about half about why Mr. Parker ass couldn't get a damn job. It wasn't just because of what that white woman put on him. It was some other shit too that I ain't even say nothing about. I just spared him. Okay. Now, if I ask you to call in, what you need to do is you need to call in and you need to act like you got some motherfucking sense. Because when you call in with some shit, with some hoe ass vlogger that's mad because I won't talk to him no more, sitting up talking about, it ain't gonna do nothing but make me go after him. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of him. And it's a darn shame. Like, I ain't think that men were such sissies. Some of these men would be such sissies to even want to mess with a woman because of what a man say. You got some of these men, they so, and not all men, they so damn, they hate women so bad that a woman can sit up and say, that man ain't never touched me. What? Why? Even when I had gained all that weight, because I'm getting back fine now, I was still fine. Thick legs and all, I was still fine. But that weight dropping like water now. But even still, I ain't never had to pay no dude. But some of these men, such bitches, they want to believe that a woman like me will pay a motherfucking man $600 to screw me that I ain't never even had a fucking attraction to. But because they hate women, they'd rather believe that anybody else would know it's a lie and wouldn't even mess with a man that would tell that type of lie. Okay? Now, y'all are my witness. I've been begging for 2 years, right? I've been begging for 2 years for this man to leave me alone. Pimple is alive, but it sure ain't alive in my household. Okay. It ain't alive in my household. And it never have been. But to get on here and try and put that type of shit out, bitch, you can't even take your cap off your head because your hair is sitting way back at the back of your head. But you want to get on here and make folks believe that I tried to pay you $650 to screw me. You out of your damn mind. I think it's a darn shame. Okay. It's a darn shame. Everybody ain't playing. He see I ain't. And whoever want to catch strays at the Nook, because I'm getting ready to spray some shit. Whoever want to catch some strays because they want to get in the way, then catch them. I'm going to knock you down too. Especially if you're a damn man. Because you ain't even got no business bothering me. Period. Period. Now he get his ass on here. He probably ain't even washed his ass. Okay. And then it be so funny to him. I wonder, is this funny to them? I want to give them something to laugh about. I wonder if what I'm getting ready to do, I wonder if that's going to be funny to them. I wonder if that's going to be funny. I wonder if that's going to be funny. That's exactly what he's doing, Justice for Doll. I wonder if that's going to be funny. To sit up and lie on a woman. Okay. And the truth be told, Parker was just talking because he was mad. He was mad because I sent him home. I even gave him grace a little bit. I did him right. I think I did the man right. I gave him money. I didn't just throw him out in Memphis. I could have just thrown him out on the street in Memphis. He didn't know nothing about Memphis. I tried to be halfway decent. I went about $133 bus ticket and put him on the bus. I told him you could leave your stuff in my studio and you can come back and get it when you get some money. Okay. Daryl Brown, I'm surprised to see you over here because they told me you was in another chat talking bad about me. I ain't never did nothing to you. So what? So you have been coming into my chat, and then they said somebody told me they saw you in another chat talking bad about me. What had I ever did to you? Okay. And so when Parker was sitting up in my house, I told him, I said, Parker, I said, I know you're diabetic, you got high blood pressure, you legally blind. He was legally blind. I didn't know that till he got here. He was legally blind. He had gout in his feet. He couldn't half walk on his feet half the time. He took his feet out of his shoe. And I screamed because I had never seen toenails that long in my life. Hear my right hand to the Lord. I screamed. I said, oh my God. I said, why are your toenails like that? They was dirty. Well, the lady told me, she said, when I talked to her, she was like, well, his water and stuff was off. The water in his house was off every other week. I said, the water and stuff was off every other week. Yeah. So then I started. So then I started paying attention to him. He didn't like to take showers and baths and stuff. Okay, that's something I couldn't deal with. Okay. And now when she told me that, I understood, like, if a person's not used to having water and stuff, then they're not going to, I mean, that would be one of those things that they wouldn't do. Okay. So when Parker got to my house, okay, after I moved out of my house, I moved into an apartment until I get me another house. Parker brought all that stuff up in my house, had it cluttered. I told him, I said, well, I tried to move some stuff around. I took some stuff out of the closet. See, that bitch ass nigga that went scavenging for information, bitch. You don't really know what went on. Okay, you just scavenge for motherfucking information because you got an obsession with me. Okay, you said you don't recall, but you should be able to remember if you was talking about me, because I don't really care about people being on other folks' channels. I don't care about people being on other folks' channels. But what I do have an issue with is when people get on other people's channels and then talk about me. Because see, what people try to do is they'll get the issues confused. They'll say, well, she mad because I'm on somebody else's channel. I don't give a damn what channel folks go up on. All these channels on YouTube, why would I care what channel somebody else be on? But what I do have an issue with is when people go on other folks' channels and start speaking about me illy. Okay, especially because I ain't never had a conversation. Me and you don't. I ain't never did nothing to you. I ain't never even had a conversation about you, Dara Brown. Okay. So when the person told me that, it shocked me. I was like, dog, well, you still have me coming into my chats. But like I said, some of these men have a hate, and Dara Brown, I ain't talking about you, for women so motherfucking bad that a motherfucker that feels slighted. You have all these other men that jump on the bandwagon with the lies, because I mean, they just want to believe it, because I'm waiting for him to get up on this channel and say it. You gave me $650. Yeah, I'm gonna go file a lawsuit on him for defamation of character. Motherfucker, you're not gonna lie on me, bitch. You know motherfucking well you ain't never got what I ain't never gave a man that I was in love with $650. Why would I even give a man that was never even my type $650? You try to get him $650 to screw you. And some of these damn men, so fucking disgusting. They know it's a lie, but they want to believe the lie. Okay? They want to believe the lie. What you mean, Dara Brown? What you mean the majority of y'all way older than me and I don't act like that? What are you talking about? I've never had me and you ain't never had no beef. What are you talking about? Y'all way older. I hear you was on a YouTube channel talking about me. So what are you talking about? You ain't never heard me talking about you. You right. I am way older than you. But OC, you get ready to be at somebody's house. I mean, that ain't gonna be no secret. I mean, you can keep selling weed out your house if you want to. You can keep selling weed out your house if you want to. Okay. It's a damn shame that I have to go to these lengths to let a person know I ain't even playing with you. You're not gonna fuck with me just because you see me talking about Gotti. Because that's what all of this is about. When Hernandez Govan was found not guilty, when Hernandez Govan was found not guilty, you had vloggers, that simple-minded vloggers, talking about Straightdropp, get ready to get an appeal. Appeal, my boy. He gonna get out, my boy. and, and I tried to tell y'all, okay, that Straightdropp was not gonna win that appeal. And look at what happened. He didn't win the appeal. He didn't win the appeal. Darryl Brown, I never said you didn't love women. So what? So what are you talking about? You pulling stuff out the air now? Just because I say something don't mean I was talking at you. When I say about women, but you caught that, okay? You did. You caught that. Okay. Thank you, Miss Debbie. Because I mean, I didn't think men still lied on women. Okay. On especially to go as far as to say I tried to pay you, and then they lied on me. Okay, I'll go even further. They set up and they lied on me. Onan started the lie, but that dude, no, it's a lie. He didn't get a chance to lay up with me, and he wasn't gonna get a chance. He wasn't my type. I have to be attracted to a man. I mean, I wasn't attracted to Parker. Okay, I wasn't attracted to him. Okay. But I'm tired of that dude. Like I said, he went scavenging, trying to find, I mean, just anything. Like I be looking at Petty Talk sometimes. Petty Talk is a man. Petty Talk be willing to go toe to toe. And you never really see that vlogger answer. But they think that they don't want me to talk about straight dropping. And let me just say this, I've never heard Hernandez Govan say anything bad about me. He probably don't like me. I'm sure he don't. But as much shit as we talk up in here about him, he ain't never even said nothing. He probably don't be studying it. But you'll have another vlogger that's willing to jump out there. They hating on Govan. Govan know damn well we ain't hating on him. We just talking shit about him. Okay. But sometimes, people have to be in, if you could put let's see. I wonder when I wonder do he still be going over there to Privé to pick up his um stuff like he said he was doing at one time. Okay. Oh, I'm definitely gonna call. I I just got somebody to give me the number to the major. I'm definitely calling. Maybe he'll leave me alone. And all these people that he has went and tried to get behind him, they went as far as lying and saying definitely wishy-washy that I was screwing everybody at the Memphis Police Department. Let me run that down. They don't know nobody that I know at the Memphis Police Department. They got on here and defamed my character. That was defamation of character, and they said it with malice. She messed with all them patrolmen. I wouldn't mess with a patrolman. Even when I was working over there, I didn't mess with no damn patrolman. Okay. I dated 2 police officers, 2, in my whole life. And one of them went all the way up to be the damn police chief. Okay. See, I always dated with a purpose. I worked over there with them. Shout out to the patrolman, but I knew a patrolman wasn't making no money. Okay. If I was going to be screwing a whole lot of police officers, it wouldn't have been no patrolman. Okay. I ain't never seen people that be so. I'm like, dog, they be more just lying on me. She got fired because she was a dispatcher and got fired because all of the police officers' wives were calling because she was screwing the police officers. This is the type of mindset that a lot of these Memphians have. It started with Onan. You had a whole bunch of women to jump on the bandwagon because they was hating and they was lying. Okay. Ain't never in my life been no damn dispatcher. Never in my life. They lied like I was married. I ain't never been married. Okay. And my husband left me because I was screwing all the police officers. Just lying. This is, just defamation of character. Because let me tell you something. When I worked for the police department, I carried myself as a lady. Okay. That's why I still have a lot of police officers that are friends. I still work around a lot of police officers because I'm at the court every day. I've always carried myself like a lady. Because I'm gonna tell you something, if I had effed a whole lot of police officers, like they said, I'd be rich. I know my value. I'd be a rich bitch. Okay. And if I was gonna be hoeing, it wouldn't have been with no police officers. It would have been with the men with the real money. Okay. These bitches be fucking for crumbs and then get the nerve to be, and then still ain't got shit. That's why they around here hating. I ain't never had to do nothing that I didn't want to do. I always had a winner's mind. I could think circles around anybody. Don't let me be on here crying fool you. You can't do what I do and not be sharp. Okay. Okay. And so that's why I'm getting ready to I'm going to go ahead and put him to bed. Because I asked him to leave me alone. Okay. I asked him to leave me alone. Now, I almost hate to get on here and even address him because he be waiting. The energy that he has for a woman, is totally different than the energy he has for a man. He be wanting for me to address him so bad that it's ridiculous. I don't care what he say, because he's gonna say something because he address women. Period. He wouldn't address my male cousins. Okay, maybe he'll address the male police officers that's gonna bust in his house. But I asked that motherfucking dude to leave me alone. Okay. Now you see, bitch ass nigga, what you being sent out. You see what you just did. You see what you just did, right? Now you somewhere with your thumb in your mouth and your finger up your asshole. Okay. Because that's what they do when they play on here. They have their thumb in their mouth and they finger up their booty. Let's see how you're gonna be laughing. Let's see how many laughs you're gonna get then. Let's see if you got some bail money. I don't have to sell weed to make ends meet. I was letting the dude make it. They'll let you know right there. I ain't even on that really. I ain't never been on that police stuff like that, where I knew somebody was doing something. Not unless they was violating like the R word or the M word. Other than that, I don't have nothing to say about what nobody do. But I don't have to sell weed to. I don't have to sell weed to make ends meet. But you want to go at a girl that got access to anything in law enforcement, and you know you living dirty. Anyways, y'all, the line open. Anybody want to call back in? Like I said, we was talking about Straightdropp's appeal was denied. Okay, Straightdropp's appeal was denied, and Keon ass is gonna be indicted again. Okay, that's I ain't mad at Vato. Okay, so call in, and when you call in, don't call in here trolling. Don't let nobody send you out to troll. Like I said, the little Riri, you know, we call him Riri. The little Riri that called in, bitch, I could have let you made it. But I feel like a vlogger had you to do it, and it pissed me off. Okay. Rome, I ain't never seen you in here before. Now call in. Okay, call in. The lines are open. As I said earlier, the recap is we talked about Straightdrop appeal was denied. Okay. His appeal was denied. He said, don't call us with that bullshit. Because let me tell y'all something. I ain't ashamed of, I'm not ashamed of anything in my life, ever. I'm blessed, totally blessed. People thought that I was going to be ashamed of Mr. Parker, and you've been in here? Okay, all right. People thought that I was going to be ashamed of Mr. Parker, and I wasn't. I wasn't shamed in a sense where people would have thought that I was ashamed of him. Not in that sense. But what happened between me and Mr. Parker, it just wasn't nobody's business. It just ain't nobody's business. Okay. And so Mr. Parker hopped on this app, this red app, And he got to calling people, okay? He got to calling people because Mr. Parker came to Memphis and he thought that he was going to use me. And I don't let no man use me. Never have and never will. Okay? He thought he was going to use me. All he had was Ralph Lauren clothes to his name. Okay? That's all he had. That's all he had. And if he had been the right type of man, I probably could have dealt with him a little bit longer or something. He just wasn't the right type of man. And he's emotional. And it tells me that Scavenger went scavenging and reached out to him to try to get some dirt on me. He ain't had no motherfucking dirt on me. Okay? He ain't had no dirt on me. Other than, bitch, I'm not going to take care of you. But I got a lot on him. And it's on audio. Because that white lady that he was with, she put it all out there. I've been sparing him. Now, what he did was he went to the scavenger. Mr. Parker would sit here all day, wouldn't do shit. His motherfucking, he brought all them clothes and shit up in my house. I pulled some of my clothes out of my closet. I was like, you here. I got a lot of shit. This my shit. This my house. I moved out of a house. So I had to put a lot of my furniture in storage until I get another house. I buy clothes and shoes all the time. So my stuff was already packed to the capacity. I told him, make room in these closets and stuff. I took some of my stuff out. It should be a way. You here all day for you to put it in, to put your stuff on one side, my stuff on one side. I said, I took a lot of my stuff out. I even went and bought like some totes. What he was doing was, see, I'm getting mad. I'm thinking about that stuff all over again. I was going to the Walmart buying $100 worth of totes every other day. I want to put my clothes and put it in a storage. I said, I just bought $100 worth of totes. What you want me to? Can't you buy some more? I said, bitch, I'm supposed to constantly buy totes. For you to take to your storage. When I bought them, I took some of my clothes out so you could put some of your clothes in, trying to just extend the olive branch to the bomb. The least thing you could do is fold some of my clothes up that I took out for you to put in there and put them in the totes. If he had been the right kind of dude, I told him, I was like, because he had a job, and the guy was like, well, with you being here a few months, we're going to, it'll, I was thinking about doing something else anyways. Okay. Justice for y'all. Oh, Lord have mercy. And so I know, right? I know that's like I'm telling you, people get you at your weakest moments. I'm telling you. And so I told him I would come home every day. I was tired as hell. Sometimes I was even going over to the bonding company, so I was getting home later. I went to my mama's house. My mom said, you getting dark circles around your eyes. You stressed out and you tired. What is going on in your house? I was like, well, nothing. I didn't want to really tell her everything. And I would sit there for a minute. I was like, I got to go because Try to be considerate of this bum. Okay. He's a chronic diabetic. I was like, I gotta go home and clean up and cook. She said, every time I talk to you, you talking about you gotta clean the kitchen up and cook. What does he do? She said, let me tell you something. You got dark circles around your eyes. That means you tired and you stressed out. She said the least thing he could do is if you cooking, he could wash the dishes. Why you got to come in from work and start washing the dishes and cook? It was a motherfucking dishwasher in that it was a dishwasher. It's a dishwasher in this one, but it was a dishwasher in that one before I moved to a bigger place. And so my mama said, I tell you what, see what type of man he is, because I believe you there to ride your back anyways. Let them, and my mama don't even cuss, because my mother is an evangelist. She said, let them damn dishes pile up to the top of the sky. And if he don't wash them, if he don't think enough of you to put them in a dishwasher and you working all day, don't cook him nothing. See how long it's going to take him to move. I would get home everything. The first thing I would do would look to the left. Dish is still in there. Walk in, look to the left. Dish is still in there. I finally said something to him. I said, you gonna help me? I'm working all day. You just moved all your stuff up in here. It's cluttered. So, bitch, while you scavenging hoe, what you should have known, bitch ass nigga. That's the reason why I'm turning your ass into OCU. Because, see, I know it's some shit that Parker gave you, hoe ass nigga. I already know because I was already told what you bitches been on here doing. You fuck nigga. You and them bitch ass niggas that be in your motherfucking chat. Y'all some hoes too. That's the reason why I'm going to turn your ass into OCU. Okay? He wouldn't do shit. Okay? I would walk in, the dishes just kept getting taller and taller and taller. I said, you just gonna let it be like this. You ain't gonna do nothing. You telling me to stay out of your car, John. I said, yeah, this man right here, he won't take no showers. He won't take no baths. He done moved all his shit and cluttered up my shit and my space. And look at how he letting them dishes pile up. That's exactly what it was. So then, y'all know, I love to wash. That's my thing. It helps my nerves. It's something about washing clothes. That's why I go and I buy all of the smell good stuff in the store. It helps my nerves. So he had a lot of clothes. I started washing. I started buying baskets. I was like, I wash. I don't like nobody washing but me. I said, so I'm washing. You fold the clothes. I don't know where you want me to put them. I said, you could fold them while I'm at work. Okay. He wouldn't do anything. Okay. He wouldn't do nothing. And in return, it sank me deeper and deeper into a depression because I was trying to figure out how am I going to, I was so unmotivated at that point. Because let me tell you something, ho. I makes money, bitch. Okay. And them motherfucking dishes, because what he did was he took a picture of the dishes because I put him out. Bitch, I have somebody to come into this motherfucker once a week and can have them to come up in here several times a week. I bet you can't. And that's because I'm a woman on the move. That bitch ass nigga didn't have nothing. He was sitting here every day and I got sick of cleaning up behind him. And instead of him getting his funky ass up and being grateful for me even letting him be here, he had decided I'm a user like he did the other woman. That lady put an app on her motherfucking face because he got her looking so old. And she said it. I do everything. You look at that lady page, that bitch ass nigga was there. She was all in the bathroom, hanging stuff, putting up shit while he laid in the other room. That's why she hated him. And he thought he was gonna do the same thing to me. Bitch, the clothes they could have piled up on top of his head. And he still wouldn't leave. He still wouldn't leave. My mom said, don't do nothing. Maybe he'll leave. And he still wouldn't leave. I had to make him leave. Okay. So don't play with me. But you, on the other hand, yeah, I mean, don't think now, because I didn't give a fuck. I had already heard about it. Yeah, I'm going to pull what I got in my phone. I had already talked to some people. They said, let him. But see, I had already heard you talked to Parker, you call yourself, you think I'm ashamed. Is you out your damn, I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't even live there no more. I ain't want to live nowhere no more that Parker had been. But I bet you, if I turn my cameras on, my baseboards and my carpet and shit ain't filthy. I ain't no clean, nasty ass person. You have clean, nasty ass people. They have nasty ass baseboards and carpet filthy. Look like it ain't been changed in 20 years. Furniture nasty, old. And I ain't got and everybody can't afford to buy new furniture and shit. But people have a lot to say when they think you ain't got nothing in with them, because I don't give a damn about what Parker showed you, bitch. He wouldn't leave. It wasn't like that when he got here. And he still wouldn't leave. Asking where Parker said y'all didn't even sleep together. Sure didn't. What I want with him? What did I want with him? He sure didn't. At the time, I was living in a 1-bedroom. When I moved out of my house, I said, give me something where I can look. Okay, I don't even want. Okay, I ain't there no more. But I ain't far from there either, though. So I ain't gonna say where it was. But these motherfuckers that's talking couldn't pay the rent I pay. They couldn't pay half the rent I pay. But it's a darn shame when you have people. What's up, True That? I ain't even see. I think I seen it in here. I've been fussing. Okay. Now, True That handsome. True That is a Memphian that's handsome. Okay. And I ain't never even messed with him. True That is handsome, and I wouldn't give him no $650. And true that I ain't trying to use you as no casualty. I'm just saying. Okay. Justice for Dolph. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But I'm tired of these folks lying on me and messing with me when I don't mess with nobody. Y'all see me come on here. I don't bother people. I get on here and I do my commentary. That's what I do. I get on here, I do my commentary. If you don't want me talking about Yo Gotti, you don't need to tune in to my channel. You don't need to tune in to my channel. And let me just say that, and it ain't been like it, and it ain't been like that since. Okay. Thank you, Emeralds, but I can't stand no, and I be trying not to cuss. Because I'm going to start having politicians on here that's advertising it is election time. Okay. I was talking to some today. And so I've been trying to hold my composure. Okay. And so Orange Mound Quet, don't let him pull you into no mess. Okay. Because Quet, I talks about you. Okay. I be making fun of you and talking about you. But I ain't really been going at you. Okay. Because I ain't, I feel like you did that to Dolph. And I'm mad at you about that. But I don't bother you. So don't let nobody try to pull you into no mess to be fucking with me because they need a muscle. Hell, your ass done been in enough trouble. Hell. Um, City Streets TV. And the reason why I say that is because for some reason that dude wanted to try to get up under Quit. Okay. Because I ain't even tell Quit about when he said he seen him at the damn privé sitting at the bar waiting on Juke, and he wanted to take a picture of him, but he kept looking at him. Okay. And that's when you was out on bond. See, if I was messy, I would have been says it's a lot of stuff that I don't say. I've been asking that dude to leave me alone. And he just won't leave me alone. Okay. Thank you for the super sticker. Who was that? M Rose and Tony P. Y'all never heard me say a word. I never said nothing. Now leave me alone. Now, Dara Brown, I never had no issues with you. When that person told me that bothered me. I was like, what? Dara Brown been in my channel since he was one of my day ones. What? You sure he was talking about me? That shocked me. I knew you had not been in here, but people come and then they have other things going on, so it don't make me mad. So I thought you just had other things going. So I didn't even think about it. But be talking about me, yeah, I'll go in a chat because I peeped some game with her. What game did you peep with me? What have I ever done to you? So that was shocking to me. I forget the other little guy. They said did the exact same thing to me. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate that. For the cash app. The other guy did the exact same thing. I cannot think of his name. I had given him a wrench. And he was in another Memphis vlogger chat, and he had a wrench on my channel. I cannot think of his name because I took it so long ago. And he used to call me auntie. I forget what his name was. And somebody told me, no, somebody told me tune in. It's a vlogger that's defaming your character. So me and some more people tuned in so that we could record it. Okay. And I see my moderator in the person's chat talk about me. I was like, wow. And had just been in my chat, auntie this, auntie that. Cause y'all know I come on almost every night. That I was like, wow, I saw it with my own eyes. I took his wrench from him. That's who it was. M. Rose. That shocked me. I was like, wow. Cause see, I don't have issues with people going on other people's channels. And here's the thing about that, because this is because I know a lot of these people are younger, a lot younger, and whatever, they're different. But I don't rock. This is me. I don't require this of nobody else, but this is me. I don't rock with people that try to hurt people that I rock with. Okay? I don't rock with people that try to hurt people that I rock with. Okay? I don't. Now, if you know, you could just come into the chat. You go, listen. Hey, look, I'm just in there for the entertainment. That's fine. Hey, that's cool. But if you rocking with me for real, if I rock with somebody for real, I don't deal with people that try to hurt people that I mess with. But see, I got old school loyalty, right? That's why a lot of people might find my personality, they could either take it or leave it, but I'm just a different type of person. I know I got a little innocent voice. People might think I'm vulnerable, but I'm not. And so when I start barking and roaring at them, they go, that bitch crazy. No, I'm not. I'm nice until you don't let me be. Because one thing I don't do is I don't let people run over me. And I don't kiss no ass because it ain't in my diet plan. And I'm loyal as they come. That's the reason why I'm real meticulous about who I allow in my inner circle. Because I'm loyal to people. That's how I am. I'm real protective and territorial of the people that I care about and I love. I was taught you be a fence, okay? And you can't get to them through me. So that's why when you do some disloyal stuff, that's why even when that other Memphis vlogger was coming into my chat, I was rocking with that vlogger. And so when people was telling me, well, you know, he this, he that, I was like, no, y'all can't go with him. That dude grew up around them dudes, you know, hey, listen, he neutral or whatever. He neutral. So no, y'all can't come at him in my chat. Folks will be reaching out to me on Facebook saying that dude playing you. He trying to play up under you to get your people, but he really rocking with juking them and this and that. I was like, no, people trying to, you know, because I felt like this is a Memphis vlogger, people trying to cause division. That's how I felt, you know. But a lot of like the knives that I really had stuck in me, it came from quite a few of the people in Memphis, because even like a lot of the women, for some reason, they started hating on me. You know, they would get with other vloggers, and them women that don't know anything about me. No man that I've ever dealt with could ever tell you that I was a whore. No, not none of them. Hell, if I was, I'd tell you. I would say, y'all, I showed them been a hoe in the day, and I enjoyed it too, but I ain't never been one. Because I'm not ashamed. I'm a grown ass woman. I'm not ashamed of nothing. Instead, I tried to be like an open book to try to be relatable. I was sheltered. And then when I had my girls, I was isolated because that's what I was taught. When you have girls, you don't really date. My grandmama and she just taught me the way that she knew. Her mama taught her, you have girls, you don't really date because you don't really bring men around your girls. And so when my girls was growing up, I didn't really date. How can you be a whore and you ain't really dating? Because I was taught you don't bring men around your daughters that are not their fathers. So I really didn't date. And so when my girls got older, I started trying to date and I was a little awkward because I wasn't used to dating. Ain't no bitch gonna get on here that don't know me and try and ruin my reputation. I probably need to be a hoe, but I ain't. Because that thing still work. And here's the thing that probably kills them. If I wanted to be one, I could be one and get paid real good for it. I'm just not one. I've always been a lady that was highly intelligent and smart. I always went and got what I wanted because I knew how to work hard to get it. And nobody would ever take that from me. So she slept her way to the top. I ain't never had to sleep my way to nothing. If anything, I've always been able to think circles around people. And it's your intelligence as a woman, because you have to be in a male-dominated world. I work in a male-dominated field. When you're talking about investigators, it is male-dominated. You have to be, as a woman, you have to be a little bit more craftier, and you definitely have to be way more intelligent to walk through a whole lot of doors. So that's why when I tell y'all I'm going to school, I'm getting my degree in this, I'm getting more training in this, because I understand what I have to do. A lot of these bitches don't. That's the reason why they don't have issues with trying to defame another woman. So nobody will never take what I've worked hard for away from me and try to reduce it till she slept her way to the top. Absolutely not. It's a damn shame that you have men that think, what she do to get to the top? Maybe she's just intelligent. Maybe she was just intelligent. And they only do that in the Black community. Okay. The springtime and stuff is coming up. I tell people a lot of times you can find like you know, almost like new couches at yard sales. Okay. I get all my furniture from Ashley, so they run sales too on nice couches. Emerald says, Cypress and all the mix CMG. Miss Debbie, they sure do. They love bashing Black women. She'll run the police officer. She's like, ain't no police officer. You have a lot of these officers that still be in this chat. One as a matter of fact, it's something, because my auntie, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know if you all remember my auntie Jack is still a police officer. she's made the rank of major now. And my auntie be talking to they're really good friends. She be talking to he's an old police director. Director James Bolden. I know y'all can remember him. And my auntie said, "Don't you know I was talking to she still call him Director Bolden. I was talking to Director Bolden, and she said Director Bolden said be talking about you being listening to she said he looks at your TV show and he be looking at the vlog, right? He be in the bushes looking at the vlog. And one of my friend who like I'm like my A Spoon Coon friend. We've been friends for like how long have me and Green been friends? Oh my God. I was working in felony response and they TA'd them up there. I was pregnant with my baby girl, and she's 25. So we've been friends 26 years. And he was one of the investigators that used to come and sit up there and talk to me, even when I was pregnant. Used to come and sit in the front. And we would all just be talking and tripping and having fun. And he said, "Tam, don't you know I was in the bank?" Because I talk about him on Comcast, on my TV show. I talk about him all the time. I don't mention his name on here because he real high ranking at the PD. But he in the drop. He get ready to go. And he said that he saw Director Bolden in the bank. And he said, you know what shocked me, Tam? Director Bolden said, you Tamara's friend. And he said, I was like, Tamara who? He said, because it shocked me. He said, Tamara Thompson. He said, I look at her show all the time. Like, you never really know who's in here. And I've never had any type of relationship with Director Bolden. Like, I think it's messed up. Like, some people you just acquired. Sometimes you could just be an acquired taste. Like, some people may not like my show because they might go, she cuss sometimes, and I do. Or you have people that like what I talk about because they like my passion. They know me they've seen me in real time, in real life. Because in real time, in real life, I'm calm, I'm quiet, I'm reserved, I'm methodical. That's just how I am. I'm shy. I've always been shy and reserved. So when I get on here, I have fun with y'all. I'm able to bring my alter ego out. And we're able to have fun. And then I go back to my real life. There's no way in this world that I want to get on this app and have people to defame my character. It's a damn shame that you have to get lawyers for a punch. But a lot of these people that do that, they wouldn't know nothing about that because they're low life. They don't really have anything. They don't really have nothing. So it's easy for them to try to stain and dirty up somebody else's name and image because they don't think nothing of themselves. So you talk about suing them, they don't have nothing. So then you have to move to stalking. I mean, that's gonna get them some jail time. But you shouldn't even have to do that to adults, especially when you ain't did nothing to these folks. Even that dude, I was good to that dude. That dude didn't have nobody on his channel. And I stand on that. He ain't gonna give me my props for that. But I started having people to go over there to his channel when he came into my chat because he was another Memphian. If that dude had not jumped on here, because it bothered me when they told me, why that boy cuss you out like that? And even Double Tap was like, dog, like he was like, I was in shock. You know, for him to be coming into my chat calling you bitches and hoes, it ain't no coming back from that. I said, calling me bitches and hoes. He said, I was like, damn. He was like, that shocked me. Why he coming in there just disrespecting you like that. And he said, I was one of the ones that said to, I know she loyal to them because they from Memphis, but they playing up under her so that they can get views and stuff. And here's the thing, you have men for some reason, they don't have shit. They think that they could use one, but you can't use nobody that's got a good heart that really just wanted to see help a fellow Memphian. That ain't using me. That's somebody that's extending of olive branch, because you ain't even got to be a fellow Memphian. I would have did it for anybody. Whose song is that, Frank Ellis? Whose song is that you rapping? Whose song is that you rapping, Frank Ellis? Whose song is it? I never seen I never seen him either. Mm. But anyways, y'all, Straightdropp, his appeal was denied, and like I said, I don't think he's gonna be home no time soon. Now he probably see, Straightdropp got almost like two. He got a life sentence and a half. When y'all see that half of that them 30 years, when y'all start seeing that go away, okay. He could probably, with the type of information that Straightdropp got, he might can get his time down to 30, maybe 35, 30 years. That means he'll be out when he is almost 60. They might drop it to 40, 30, 35. But if y'all think Straightdropp gonna sit in there all that time and not tell, and he done told before, y'all didn't want to believe me until Quet said it. See, a lot of people don't be wanting to believe me, but they believe Quet because they scared of him. But I told y'all Straightdropp had talk. I told y'all them folks came and got him. The boys came down there to that jail and got him when he was in the Shelby County jail. And they're gonna come and get him again. Mark my word. That's how I know he's gonna do it. Alpo. They're gonna come and get him again. If you don't got it, do it. 5P 50 or 99 real boys in the oh my God. Is he a troll? Frank, is you a damn troll? You probably the person that's playing on my phone. But he know what he got to do. Folks were sitting up talking about that, Yo Gotti went around Straightdropp. These folks crazy. These folks is crazy. He gonna say, let me ask y'all something. Y'all just think about this, okay? How was Yo Gotti gonna make Straightdropp the next biggest star on CMG if he had not met him and was not in communication with him, and they had not come into some type of agreement? Jook couldn't have made that decision because he was not over CMG. So y'all really believe that Straightdropp had not had any conversations with Gotti? If you believe that, it's something wrong with you. And he was gonna make him. It was gonna take Yo Gotti to put the money behind Straightdropp if he did what he was supposed to do, and that's what he killed Young Dolph. He had to hang around Brett Gang. Okay, those were the dudes that he knew. He gave him access to Brett Gang because he up under bagging them. That's right, and Rose he did. How's somebody gonna decide that they're gonna make you the next biggest? You heard the prosecutor say that he was gonna be the next biggest thing on CMG. How they gonna decide that if he had not talked to the CEO? He said it was stories sold by Gotti and Juke how he would be way bigger than Big Boogie. We knew he talked to Gotti because Gotti posted he was going to get him out. Yeah. We know he talked to Gotti because Gotti didn't want taking care of his mama and them. Juke ain't here no more, so who taking care of his mama and them? You think the feds don't know that? He said they sure did took pictures outside Gotti and Juke apartment in Miami that June. So I'm trying to understand how your Gotti gonna make somebody, and I'm still suspicious about that 10% situation. I'm real suspicious about that. What the truth at? The truth, why is 10% on CMG? He'll tell me. Debbie Hudson says, Miss Tam, I pray and hope that everyone that had hands in the unaliving of Dolph go to prison for a very long time. So do I. He says he has way more pictures of the Miami trip alongside Justin Page. That Miami trip is real epic. Okay, y'all. I'm sorry about that. This is 10% came from 7th Street Relationship, aka Murder Squad, aka Maserati Bow's crew. They've been plugged in with Gotti since ancient times. Maserati Bow ran off on hot rod with his weed and magically died in cartel style, vehicular style. He said, Miss Tam, they are going to leave you alone when the names come out about Howard. Believe me. Mm-hmm. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me how they have, men that want to be a part of an entourage so bad, that they be willing to do anything. But I can understand why, they want to spend their time messing with me. Why don't they go and mess with some of these men? Why would they want to mess with me and not some of these men? They said Cypress both sides as done. I was wondering where Cypress was at. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button for me, okay? Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. Okay. For those of you all that's just getting in here, we're doing a recap. What we talked about was it was breaking news that Straightdropp's appeal was denied. Of course, he would have he could still go before the Supreme Court. He could still go before the Supreme Court and it takes a long time, but I was just reading they can streamline it depending on your case. They can streamline it up to, it could be 60 days. Okay. It could be 60 days, but the Supreme Court can make a determination, like they could make a determination on if they want to hear your case or not. So they may not even want to, they may not, listen to it. They may not want to hear it. He says Cypress is typing out report for his fellow CMF representative to catch him up to speed. Believe me when I tell you, he in the bushes. He never missed an opportunity to be in here. I don't know why they do so zoned in on me. I mean, me and him fell out 2 years ago, and what he should have did was you would think that he wouldn't even be looking at my show. He should have pushed on. Because with the way that he did it, we could never be cool again, anyways. You know, with the way that he did it, we could never be cool again. So he should have just moved it along. But he didn't do that. What he chose to do was start messing with me, right? And so then when he started, he know that I put the police on anybody. So then what he started trying to do was he started trying to get anybody else. At first it was them women. Most women have a lot to lose. Okay. And I can't understand why they would let YouTubers get on here with YouTubers that can't offer them nothing to make them lose their livelihoods when they're getting stalking charges and stuff. Because when you start harassing people, harassment and stalking is against the law. And so then he started trying to get other men, and I could tell when he started trying to chum me up to quit. Okay. I already knew what that was about when he started trying to chum me up to quit. And that was strictly to try and get quit to, number one, come at Dolph and to go at other bloggers. And I do believe in particular me. Okay, but I'm not gonna go back and forth with quit. I'm gonna let the police go back and forth with him. Cause I'm not going to, because I'm not gonna go back and forth with any man. But I already knew that that's what that was about. And and the problem that I had with that dude is that dude don't have issues with lying on people when he gets upset. That's a person that will that'll get somebody killed. When people don't have issues with lying on a person, yeah, they said this, when you don't have issues, I have issues with that. Like I get mad at a person, I might go off on them, but I ain't gonna lie on them. Okay. And so that's the reason why I say you have to watch people like that. You know what I mean? That don't have issues with lying on somebody, right? Um, yeah. I know they thought that we've been on here 4 hours. I know they thought that that I was gonna get off of my live, but I didn't. Okay. I didn't. We kept it going. Mr. Justice Rodolph, you're very, very close, but the bee in the bushes near the old spot. They have 24 pack now. He need that and a bottle of vodka. Anyway, y'all, did y'all want to call in, or did anybody else? I guess not, because the number has been up there. They just had to have me to do it. They had me to. They had the freak, and I could tell, who's involved and stuff, especially when, you. I know what I know. What I know. Okay, I know what I know. What I know. But it's all good though. Okay, it is, and it's a sad thing when, it's all men. It's all men. Because men that's out in, a player wouldn't be focused in, a so-called player wouldn't be focused in on a woman. And as a matter of fact, I'm thinking about this now. When that stuff happened and he was in double tap chat, when he called himself was cussing me out, then he said to double tap, I ain't get ready to go back and forth about a bitch I ain't never fucked. Did he not say that? And now all of a sudden, I done paid him to screw me. But didn't he say that in the chat? He said, do a show on other people involved who want it. Dolph gone. I wonder who those people were. I wonder who those people were, you guys. Like I said, I think it's sad when somebody lie like they done been with you. They did that in high school and junior high school. Oh my God. But I ain't gonna I'm not gonna even, oh my God. Mm. Anyways. But we're gonna see. I'm gonna make some stuff shake tomorrow. What's up, Lil Stim? He says, some in the crew, some at CMG Smoke Shop. CMG got a smoke shop? I didn't know that. He says, just what I was Popo bag. But anyways, you guys, like I said, I've always felt like, y'all know when I feel like staying on, because y'all know I've been getting sleepy and getting off early, but tonight I ain't sleeping. I've always felt like that Straightdropp's case was going to be like an Alpo type situation. I have always felt like that. And with Keon, okay, I think with Keon, not think with Keon. I mean, I see they constantly. I think that's the second time that they have changed Keon's parole date, where that kind of been knocking the time down. But Keon is going to be in a federal indictment. So, I mean, I don't know what to think about Keon. Because Keon went to jail and did all that time. I wonder if he got any children. Keon been in jail for quite a while now, and for at least about what, almost 10 years. So his children are probably grown now. Because anytime you leave your kids for 10 years, when you come back, they gonna either be half grown or grown. And most men do that. They leave their kids and shit when they 5 and 6 years old and go and do all this time. When they come back here, they graduate in high school. Them kids don't really know them. Okay. So I think, people like that gonna have to start making wiser decisions, because while they call themselves being loyal to some of these dudes, why they call themselves being loyal, these dudes that moved on. And let me just go back to that, because I want to put a lot of emphasis on this. Like, and then folks will sit up and this dude sits up and try to make people think that she messing with me because I don't fuck with her. Dude, are you serious? You ain't never fuck with me. And you can't fuck with me because I don't let you. I mean, I don't get it. But what I can't get is how you can get a bunch of other men on YouTube to follow the crusade of this guy, that tries to mess with a woman. But a lot of men like to defame women. And so even though they know what that dude is saying is a lie, I mean, they want to believe it. That dude ain't never in his life even laid eyes on me. If Keon was shot first, what does that have to do with Young Dog? Cypress, what Keon being shot first got to do with Dog? Didn't they say them dudes walked into a club and they got into it? If Keon was shot first, why didn't nobody from Young Dog Camp go to jail? From him being shot. Y'all, I probably need to get off because the devil really trying to get into me. The devil really trying to get into me to tell some shit that I ain't never told. But I ain't gonna be one of them women that have mad day. Okay. To a motherfucker that I would never with. And to be totally honest with you, I would never with Parker either. Just to be honest with you. Okay, we did have a little something. Me and the other one didn't have shit. But once Parker brought his broken up ass, and I saw that he didn't have no drive. He was just used to wearing a big ass, shitted, piss ass diaper and wanted a woman to change it. I ain't want him. And after 23 days, I got him away from me. Okay. Well, finish running the numbers of all the phones that app is on. Trust me, I'll stay up all night tonight running them phone numbers, to see if I can recognize any other names. That's exactly what it is, Angel, the real boss. Cypress Keon ain't never got shot. I'm gonna call Miss Tam and I'm gonna ask her to give you my or email or email it to you. Yep. So, like I said, it's doing something to my nerve when you got a person constantly perpetuating a lie. She gave me $650 and now she's stuck on me. Even Stevie Wonder can see that's a lie. She tried to block me and D-Ma. D-Ma ain't never wanted him. Me and D-Ma ain't never even had no conversations about him, period. I be hearing all the lies. They just so outlandish. They so outlandish. I won't even address them because they're laughable. He says, Cypress, what we going to do about Big Boogie best friend telling on women stealing clothes after he got caught with guns? Yeah, hit the like button for me. He can't. Well, he not gonna be able to get it from me. Now, what Parker gonna do is make me play that audio, everything that lady told me. And one of the reasons I haven't played that audio is because that lady said so much stuff about Parker kids, and she put so much out there. I've been trying to figure out a way, well, that I can delete all of the dirt that she said about his children out and just play all the dirt she said about him. They absolutely are. I'm telling you. But I'm telling you, they on all types of shit. Yep, they on all types of shit. I ain't never seen no damn man that feels like he needs to go and harass a female vlogger, not the other vloggers. Cause you have all types of vloggers talking bad about Yo Gotti. But he ain't gonna be out to harass me no more. And that weed he's selling out of his house, he better be real careful. He gonna have to look over his shoulder from now on. I don't throw rocks and hide my hands. I want you to know what I do. Ooh. See, I mean, when I'm gonna tell you something. Just because a person don't fight back, and a woman shouldn't even have to be fighting with no bitch ass man, anyways. But just because a person don't fight back, don't mean they can't fight. Bitch, I've been letting you make it whole. Cause I know you've been over there throwing shots. Folks, let me know what you do. But I understand you do it because you want to get views off of my back. And you feel like because I ain't went to the police on you that I ain't gonna do it. I'm gonna show you though. I can't understand. I mean, I think at this point, I believe if he could pay one of them little young dudes that he had up in his house, they say he had up in his house, this old ass rolling his arms and shit with them young ass boys pointing them weapons and stuff. What kind of grown ass man, dude? You probably in your late 40s now. But that's trying to send a message. Yeah, I got protection. I got this. I could send a hit. You ain't got no issues with lying, so you're dangerous. Justice for Dawn. These folks be trying to get these little young dudes that's on drugs to do anything. Anytime you fixated on a woman for this long, I gotta believe that he'll do something to me. At this point, it's dangerous. I hear everything. So when shit happen, I already know what it be and where it came from. Just because I don't say nothing on me, trust me, you have people from everywhere. They always telling me stuff. It's a whole lot of shit that I've been told, and people have said, "Please don't say nothing. Please don't. I just want you to be aware," and I don't say nothing. But I'm fed up because a lot of it is comical. If it would be comical if it wasn't so damn, if it wasn't for a damn shame. I hope he ain't trying to get Hernandez Govan to try to take a hit on me. Cause see, I mean, I'm starting to think about this stuff now. He trying to get up on the Quet so that Quet could Quet could go to Devin Burns to get Trula Mafia to put a hit on me. I got to file a police report. Oh my God. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all, we get ready to start doing yoga on the river. Now, quit. I'm gonna tell you something. Look, don't, cause see, I probably shouldn't have said that because I got to get this documented because I believe because see, you have to think about why was this man trying to get up on the quit, and it's strictly for that so that they could try to send a hit on me. That's the reason why I got all of this recorded. I'm recording it and I'm gonna document it. Oh my God. Y'all, we had a good live tonight. For the most part, it's been a really good live. I enjoyed you all. It's 100 people stayed in here basically the whole time. I think at some point we was almost up to 200. She said, not my bio, K Gates. And shout out to Kevin Gates. Shout out to everybody that was in the live tonight. I be appreciating all of my day ones, that rock with me for real, the long way. You know what I mean? And not be going from like channel to channel trying to keep stuff going. You know what I mean? Like I just don't. Whatever a person had, to me, I can respect anybody for what they do on their channel, but I can't respect that dude simply because this dude has been coming at me now for going on like 2.5 years. So, what is the end result? Until you get somebody and quit. I noticed that you don't be saying nothing about me, and now I'm beginning to think you don't say nothing about me because you want to be quiet because you want to take a hit on me. Because, and I'm serious, like I feel like that's what other reason would he been trying to slide and snake up under quit? Okay. Oh my God. Justice for Dow said, oh, let me put this up on the screen. Tamara, I told you quit. Don't say nothing about people he be trying to kill. Oh my God. Oh my God. And that's why that dude was trying to get up under him so he could try to see. Oh Lord. I'm getting upset. And I'm serious too. I'm getting mad. Hey, K, is that K Phil? Lord Jesus. Yeah, hit the like button. Justin Vidal says he won't be. Bro. Oh Lord. Hold on, y'all. He says, what you and Ian did permanently pissed off Govan at you. They all talk about your channel for a long time. And on top of it, you brought out Ian. He is real mad over that one. T, you may need to get some of your male cousins to come over for. I think so. I thought about like hiring security for a little while. What I something I did start doing was requesting that the precinct by my house for every shift, and you could do that, and then they do it for 30 days, and then after 30 days is up, you can request it for another 30 days. So it's funny because like for the last like 2 months, that's what I've been doing. I've been having the precinct by my house to have officers to put. It's funny because even when I wake up, like when I wake up in the mornings to go to work, there's an officer sitting over there. Um, I don't know if he be asleep or not, but you can request that with Memphis Police. You can request for officers to sit in your area, and they'll do it for 30 days. And then they'll tell you when the 30 days is up, you call the precinct, they'll write it up. When the 30 days is up, you call again and they'll do it for another 30 days, another 30. It just however many, just as long as you call back when those 30 days are up. And they'll have an officer to be detailed to that area. He said, "Go ahead, Tamara, moving like Gotti with Navy SEALs." I think it's a darn shame though for men to be messing with women. I do. I think it's a darn shame for men to be messing with women, and it comes from like wanting to control women. If you don't do what as or say what I want you to say, then just like an abuser or something. And no man has ever been able to control me. Just ask the ones that I've been with. When they try to control me, I really act out. Yep, I really act out when they start trying to control me. I'm a free spirit. I do exactly what I want to do. And I wonder why I be fussing at my daughter. Cause I guess she's just like me. But she real loud with her craziness. I'm real quiet and reserved with mine. I just don't like for people to try and control me. They say Gotti got the Navy SEALs around. Jay-Z don't even have the Navy SEALs around him. Why your Gotti moving like that? People don't even know him like that. So why he moving like that? It most definitely is, Tam. You already know what to do. Keep your bestie with you everywhere you go. Uh-huh. I keep my bestie. She helps me to keep my peace. She is my peacemaker. He needs to do it. He sure needs to do it. Sitting saying like Doc said, don't play with me. I'm telling you, don't play with me. Play with you. You know who to play with. Don't play with me though. Thank you, Marcus, for the cash app, darling. Thank you, Black Barbie. I'm trying to find a way to like um Black Barbie. Thank you. She said, "Here's some money for the pot roast." Y'all know what I'm gonna make? A habanero pot roast. And I forgot to stop at the Vietnamese grocery store in Midtown and get me some habaneros. If you want some good fish, go. If you want some good seasoning, go to that Vietnamese grocery store. They have a lot of good seasonings and stuff. And I saw lovely Mimi make a is it habanero roast, and that's what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna do a meal prep with that. Do my habanero roast with I guess macaroni, a little bit of macaroni on the side, maybe. But for some reason, no, I'm gonna have potatoes and carrots in it, so I don't need no sides. I'm not gonna need any sides because the carrots and potatoes is gonna be enough. And I can eat off of that for. I be trying to eat off of food for 3 days, but I can only eat off of food for 2 days. After the second day, I cannot do it anymore. So I'm gonna try to I'm gonna just make enough for 2 days. Oh my God. I always make the Mississippi mud pot roast is so good. I put the pepperoncinis in it. It is so good. I make that all of the time. This habanero is something new. I've been looking at a lot of different recipes that are flavorful that other than the pot roast, I don't I only buy fish, chicken, and turkey. Cause I don't even buy ground beef. Isn't that something? I buy ground chicken or ground turkey. On the channel, sometimes I love new ideas. Yes. Justice for Dog says, his smoke is all the way with in, but is mad at Tamara for interviewing him and in his mind thinking Tamara is assisting in put the truth out. Oh wow. So that makes it even easier for that vlogger to be getting to try to egg him on, to try to put a hit on me. But I rebuke that murdering demon in the name of Jesus. Justice for Dog says he definitely has a hit on Ian. I got proof of that. And they attempted it once already late 2025. Lord Jesus, we just gonna keep praying. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep praying in the name of Jesus. He said we need exorcists. Oh Lord. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even scared of quit. I'm scared of that vlogger that has a fixation on me, that tries to get everybody to try and come at me. To me, that is freaky. It's a little scary when you try and go and get everybody to try to come right at me, and then you tell lies on me. This dude lies on me. But I ain't gonna be telling no lies tomorrow. I'll be telling the truth. Yep. So you guys, we basically already knew that his appeal would be denied. In all truth and honesty, I think that it is a sad thing, that all of this has happened. I'm talking about as far as this stuff with Straightdropp, ruining his life, and if you look at it, everybody else's life has been ruined too, right? Cornelius is more get ready to be in jail for a long time. You got Govan, whose life is, everybody's life is it this what they did, it has had a bearing on everybody's life in some way, shape, or form. You know, Unfortunately, Big Jug lost his life. Now we don't know what happened with Big Jug and why he lost his life. Okay. Um, as far as I don't know. I don't believe that it had anything to do with Young Dolph, but I don't know what happened in that situation with Big Jug. But but and so it's a mess because when these people, when they're going through their situations, they have families that are connected to them that go through this. So it ruins families' lives. It ruins Young Dolph's life. They ruin his family life because it affects Young Dolph's family permanently with him not being there. Look at how it has affected Marcus, how it has affected Mia and the children, his parents, who never looked to bury their own child, but for their child to bury them. This young man made a way for his parents, for so many people, and they decided that they wanted to end all that for crumbs. And I mean, I don't care how much they got paid, it could never have been enough to take a human life. a man that was just walking into a cookie shop, so it's not cool at all. So this is has had a bearing on everybody. And so, hey, Straightdrop has to pay for his crimes. Yes, I want him to pay for his crimes. But yes, it is still sad the way everything has turned out, it really is sad. And so I don't know what it's gonna take. Well, it I guess at this point justice, because young Dolph cannot get up from his grave. They permanently he can't get up. So it's only right that the people that was involved in doing this to him pay, and God is gonna make them pay one way or the other. The scripture says, God says, when I get them back for what they did to you, you will witness it. Okay. God says, when I get them back, you're gonna see me get them back. And so it's a lot of people gonna get their get back. You never really get by. But what you do to people, get away. You might get by for a little while, but you don't get away. No, he's been moved to prison. He said, "Pour me a prayers for her." She's yeah, yeah. Dolph has been gone now. Would this be the 5th year? He was killed in 21. Yeah, this is gonna be the 5th year. So his daughter was 4 when he was killed. And so that means she's getting ready to turn 9. And his son is about to be probably about 12. And so I think the thing for me is, how could it be so easy to just destroy lives for some money? They destroyed people's lives. How could it be that easy to destroy somebody's life? I get to thinking about Cornelius, and I do believe that Cornelius had to have been out of it on drugs, because Cornelius thought he was going to be able to go and buy him a house and a car and all of that. He really thought that he would be able to live happily ever after off of $40,000, Lord. So that's how you know that Cornelius was not working with everything. He was definitely on drugs. You can't even get a nice car for 40,000, not hardly. So yeah, that's why I keep talking about it. I think me as a Black woman, it's just so far out there that you could see Black men that can destroy and have no qualms about it. Like, that's really scary, you know, to think that some of our men um, can be so animalistic. I think as a Black woman, that's scary to me. To think that our men and the fathers of our children could be so animalistic and can destroy, especially in their own race that they're supposed to be leading, without a problem. Sis said shit is they all posted Juke. Wow, God, it posted Big Papa. Mm-hmm. Anyway, y'all, we've been on here almost 5 hours. I got to get off of here, but I just wanted to. I really enjoyed you all tonight. That vlogger had that person to call in, and I feel like I know who that vlogger is. That's the only reason that it pissed me off. Okay, because I've been hearing about this vlogger. I know what he doing. Okay, I know what he doing. I know what he doing. I know what he says, and I'm gonna tell you something. He can't beat me. Okay, I just been letting him make it. He can't beat me though, cause he ain't got not nothing. Okay, that could ever embarrass me. The thing that do piss me off is the lies that he tell on me. Now that pisses me off. But anything else, whatever cooperation he done had with Parker, fuck them both. It ain't not nothing. Cause he can't do to me what I can do to him. And I really been sparing him. I've been and Parker too. Okay. So what I think is what people start to do is when you want to mind your own business, when you're a woman and you don't want to go back and forth with men, they just keep pushing you. And now they've pushed me. Now what he gonna do? He can't earn his extra money because OCU gonna be watching his house. If he could do it if he want to. But this is the type of stuff that people push you to because they won't leave you alone. I don't care what that man do, what he have going on. I don't ask about him, don't care about him. But he constantly want to mess with me. Then somebody said, he said, I already embarrassed you. Bitch, you don't know nothing about me. With what your damn lies? I saw how much you talked about everybody else. I never told you nothing. You scavenged for information then just so that you could say you know it or to tell people that you knew it on other people around CMG. Okay? And that's neither here nor there. I ain't going to even get into that. Okay? But I'm putting an end to this harassment. I am. I don't have no choice. I should have did it a long time ago. But I'm getting ready to do it now. Anyways, you all, I love you all. I appreciate you all getting on tonight. And anybody that's been on other channels talking bad about me, you got to be real bold to walk up in my chat. Okay. But see, I know why they walked up in here tonight, because they was on the same mess with that sissy that like to go after women. Okay. But it's all good because he gonna need y'all emotional support. Okay. Anyways, you guys, I love you all. I want you guys to please like, share, and subscribe. If you like to support the channel, you could definitely support the channel via Cash App. Y'all have a good night. I have absolutely enjoyed being with you all. It has been a absolute pleasure. I want to hold on for a second, you guys. Y'all know how we have to do it up in here. Y'all know how we do. See, hold on. Hold on.
Talk with Tamara, where conversations are real, voices are heard, and the real stars here. The real stars here. No filter, no fear. Truth in the mic, let the whole world hear. Stories unfold, voices sincere. Welcome to the place where the real starts here. From life and love to the latest news. Community voices, different views. Breaking it down so we all stay clear. Honest conversations live right here. Speak your truth, let it be known. This is the space where your voice has a home. No judgment here, just real and clear. Real talk with Tamara, the real starts here.
Real talk with Tamara. Real people. Real stories. Real truth.